Okay, cool. Yeah. They said to sit up in the front. Up near the edges or in the front. Oh, that's not where you need to be there. You can be there, yeah. Sit there and be like, can I tell you how happy I'm having all this room here? Can we get the heaters turned on? The heat? Can we get the heaters turned on?
Let me call engineering.
Thank you. He knows how to do it.
just need the confidence monitor switched over, and then we'll be good to go. That thing should be behind me. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for him. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'll tell everyone. Yeah. I just want to make sure. All right, looks like we're good. I see it. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Yeah, should be good to go. All right, that's it. All right, hello everybody. Please take a seat. Thank you for being here today. My name is Will Schmore. I'm a product manager here at Optimism. Welcome to the Optimism Scaling Summit. We have Gloria off to my side here as well. Thank you very much. She is MC for today, our head of events, and has put a lot of work into today. I hope everyone enjoys themselves and learns something. I'm going to have a few quick words before we get started. Let's start by zooming out. You know, we're 17 years into the crypto story, 7 years into the Optimism story. I think we've proven what crypto can do, but there's still so much more that we have to do. And I think really what we're scaling for is humans, all 8 billion humans on planet Earth. And if we think about what that means, this means unbanked people that have been using stablecoins far before it became a popular topic the past few years. I look to Cello, what's happening on Opera Mini Pay, where the sense, the speed, and reliability of that chain matters for those people. I think of artists that are creating digital art on chain that rely on our block space. Now there's a new entrant, the enterprise. They're looking to use crypto infrastructure for the first time. We're going to talk a lot about that today. And you know, we already see today that over 70% of transactions on L2 occur on the OP stack, whether that's on Base, World, Sony, and so much more. Now, today we're going to be talking about operating at scale. I joined Optimism for the people that work at Optimism. But I think what's even more exciting than that is the people in this room today. Coming together as a community and as an ecosystem. That's really what today is all about. Today we're going to be talking about benchmarking, how real-world workloads are needed to define our future, how enterprises need to come on chain in ways that might be different than the past. And as I hold Carl back from coming on stage to deliver us some wise words, we're also going to be closing out the day with a keynote from Jing. So with all this, I'm going to invite Gloria up for a few words, and then we'll get started with some more.
Check, check. All right, thank you so much, Will. Hi, everyone. My name is Gloria Kambwala. I'm going to be your MC for the day. And I first wanted to say thank you so much for kicking off your ETH Denver week with us here at the Catbird. I wanted to do a little bit of house cleaning just to get started. And so the first thing to remember is this event will be live streamed and recorded. Just keep that in mind throughout the day. As you go throughout your day, please feel free to network with the people around you, ask tough questions, get to know everyone. That goes for everyone in the room and for people online as well. Also, please remember to keep your phones on silent. We really want to pay our respects to the people who are speaking and make sure that we can get every moment of what they're talking about. And then if you do find a great conversation, which I hope you do, there are lots of places to network. You can go outside or even in the rook in the back and continue the conversation. All right, so let's get into it. When enterprises evaluate going on-chain, they don't start with TPS. They ask three main questions. Can we trust this? Can we scale it? And can it support our business model? Those are the three things that we continuously keep in mind today. We're going to kick off our talks with Carl. Carl is Carl, he's an old friend to me. Carl is our co-founder of Optimism. Carl is the founder of Optimism, and earlier in his career, Carl was a blockchain engineer at Consensus and a researcher for the Ethereum Foundation. While at the Ethereum Foundation, Carl conducted core research on consensus protocols and scaling, and supported Plasma Group, a nonprofit research and organization that pushed forward early layer 2 technology and eventually spun into Optimism. Carl, the stage is yours.
Why, hello, everybody. How's it going? Wait, I need to click things, don't I? Anyway, who needs to click? Welcome to the Scaling Summit. Yes. Okay, so this is going to be exciting. I'm very excited. And we got some great faces. Okay, so I was supposed to start off the day with a rant on scaling. And I do rant, but I'm going to try to keep it productive because it's easy to get emotional. But it's very hard to make sense of EVM scalability. This is a topic which is riddled with bad information, misinformation, confusing information, both intentionally and unintentionally. And so I'm gonna just talk a little bit, kick us off, talk about scaling, talk about what it means to scale up the EVM. And so first off, the topic at hand, the problem with gas per second. This is our classic measure. And look, I've been a proponent of using this as a metric, as how we talk about scalability in the blockchain space. But the problem with it is that I have already solved our need for teragas, our need for gigagas, our need for petagas, and it is called multiplying those opcodes. We're just going to make the opcodes big so we get a big, big number. We've got teragas per second, baby. In fact, by the way, there are chains, which I don't think, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt, it wasn't for the memes, but they have actually done this. So we do have some like gigagas, petagas chains out there that multiply their opcodes, which is really fun. But truly, gas is not a real metric. It's not, I don't wake up as a user every day and I'm like, okay, I want to consume some gas. That's not really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to send transactions. I'm trying to, take out a loan. I'm trying to pay for my college. I don't know why. In crypto? I don't know. But the reality is that gas is the metric that we have adopted and that we use because we needed it, right? We absolutely need it. But ultimately, what we need from crypto systems as we are growing up and getting into this enterprise era is we need to actually talk about what are they enabling, what transactions are people doing, and how many transactions can they do, what is the latency of those transactions. And that is really what limits the throughput. And so how do we actually, what are the scaling bottlenecks? We're talking about this scaling conference. Well, we've got a whole host of them, and I honestly could talk about each one of these for a very long period of time, but unfortunately I only have 15 minutes, and I'm really here to kick us off and give us a high-level overview. But trust me when I say we are cooking on each one of these independently, and they require independent solutions. The solution to state access and Merkleization are going to be different even though they're interconnected. History of growth and block distribution, how do we scale up RPC access? This is a real set of challenges that we are facing, and the solutions are real impact to real users. They are what enable the transactions per second. But unfortunately, we spend our time, unfortunately, doing a lot of benchmarks with synthetic white room environments that are not actually representative of real metrics, real usage, real performance. And as I said, we don't even sometimes use the same metrics that we're measuring in, and it's too easy to game the system. And so the numbers really don't translate in practice, oftentimes. And so what does that end up meaning? Well, the reality is that the real usage is very different from the synthetic benchmarks that we cook up very frequently. We are trying to get to a point, and we are iterating towards this over time, to have benchmarks that are actually representative, but it's also benchmarks that are representative of the traffic that you are actually trying to put on your chain. Not every chain is going to have the same usage profile. And we're seeing a stratification of usage profiles for chains emerge immediately, from payments chains to DeFi chains to lending. All of that will require different use cases and different usage patterns. And then also, we have the most confusing thing, which I really could get into a kind of insane rant on, but that is the fee markets get really tricky because the moment that you scale up one aspect of your chain, If you're charging too little for another resource that you haven't scaled, then you are incentivizing spam. And we see this take out chains. Essentially, they optimize for one use case, but then they ultimately don't see that in practice because people are spamming a different use case on their chain and they can't actually sustain the load. And so here is where I talk about the production capabilities, production scalability, and I talk about how we are growing fast with Optimism in production, right? This is my shill slide, but really, like, what matters is the actual real-world usage of blockchain networks. And look, this is a great, growth trajectory, both for us as well as the industry, but it is not what is going to carry us into the next wave of innovation. The next wave that I see in crypto kind of broadly is customization on a per-chain basis that optimizes for the specific use cases for that chain. And so that customization is what will enable both higher throughput as well as differentiation for each one of these chains. If I am a payments chain, I'm going to want dedicated payment rails that enable my users to transact at maximum speed. If I have a certain cryptographic operation that I need to perform all the time, I'm going to need to cache that cryptographic operation and make it really fast. And this is ultimately how we not only create higher throughput chains, but also differentiated chains. Why would I use one chain or another? And so what are we doing? And you're going to hear about a lot of fun things that people are working on today. But what are we doing here? We're making it so that it is possible to customize your OP Stack chain to different use cases, smart contract acceleration for OP Stack chains, custom fee markets so we're not incentivizing spam, pluggable builder policies so that you can actually order transactions in the way that is best for your use case. And so what is the path forward? Well, first off, we're standardizing the benchmarks. And this is an industry-wide effort. Shout out to the Ethereum Foundation as well. And we need to get to a point where we are not just talking about gas or vanity metrics in a white room environment. And secondly, we're actually making the OP stack extensible and customizable, so we're ready for the next wave of scale. And then finally, what is the next wave of scale? It is bringing institutions on-chain, migrating the global financial system on-chain, one at a time, with differentiated use case after differentiated use case. And that's kind of where we're going, and that's where we're headed. And thanks for chatting. I'm excited for today.
right into things. So I think Carl touched on gas per second being a metric that sometimes poses problems when we're actually looking at real bottlenecks. Where is gas kind of coming short today? What are some bottlenecks that we're seeing that we want to focus on? Maybe Chab, I'll have you start things off.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. So for me, first of all, gas is, as we have seen, is kind of a strange metric. Besides the fact that it's quite virtual, it's also an abstraction, and it's kind of 2 layers of abstraction. It's kind of it tries to have capture the EVM itself, and which is running on real hardware. So there's the virtualization aspect of it, the opcodes, and there's the aspect which is it then tries to put everything in one dimension. So by that, gas is already kind of a bad metric, and then we have seen the other issue. Still, it's one of the good ones we have. But we have other ones, as we have seen TPS, which has its own problems, state growth, which has its own problems, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Mark, over to you.
Well, thanks for having me. So yeah, in terms of gas per second, I think it has its limitations, really. And that really stems from the fact that not all opcodes are accurately priced. So for example, before Fusaka, we had the ModX precompile, which we could execute around like 20 megagas per second, whereas compared to just standard ETH transfers, which ran at around like 500 megagas per second. So what that means is you can ultimately have a block with quite a low gas usage, which still ends up being like a CPU bound. But yeah, that's.
Thank you. Tim.
Thank you. So, but like, what was the question? What was the exact question?
Yeah, so if we're looking at gas today, maybe what are some of the bottlenecks that we're seeing, maybe even in the work that we've been doing?
So, okay. So bottlenecks, I think bottlenecks are just everywhere, you know? just bottlenecks are everywhere, so like one after another. We just have to keep pushing it. Like, I think the biggest like immediate bottleneck is state access. Because like it consumes so many IOs. But for some CPU-intensive chains like the world, for them, I think it's like optimizing the CPU resources, like the cryptographic library, like making cryptographic libraries better is their bottlenecks. So basically, I think it's just bottlenecks are everywhere. It's just solving one and another. Yeah. Some days blobs will probably be another bottleneck. It used to be a few months ago, so just juggling around the bottlenecks. I think that's the bottleneck. Bottlenecks are everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's something we'll be getting into a little bit later here, hopefully, as well. Mihil, I'll have you go last here. Yeah. Especially at the base team, kind of what are the bottlenecks that you're seeing, whether those are kind of more recent ones or general themes?
Well, thanks for having me here, first of all. Secondly, I think we are definitely seeing bottlenecks across all the layers. Like, each layer is different, like different limits for it. Touching on something that Saba said, like, gas is an approximate metric. Even on L1, it's an approximate metric, and I think when you translate that to L2s, I think there's another abstraction over there that we try to make. I don't think gas on L1 and like gas pricing on L1, gas pricing on L2 are the same. There's a little difference over there. And right now on the base team, at least, we are seeing more bottlenecks now at the state access level. I think CPU is fine for now. It's like if you like draw bands out, like CPU is okay right now. It's like far out. IO is like much closer. DA, after all the upgrades that recently went through, like I think it's more further out. But like at any given time, these three, or there are more, but like these three are the main ones. We keep hitting them, and we have to solve for them. So yeah, that's what I'd say.
So I think we've heard about different bottlenecks that occur based on the different workloads that are happening. Maybe let's go into what kind of some of these specific workloads we should be optimizing for. Like a payments chain is going to look very different than like a trading chain, for example. How do we work together to build some of these workloads that best show these bottlenecks? Michal, I'll start with you on this one.
Okay, so workloads. So there are kind of two types of benchmarks. One is well, the goal is to have, I would say, fair competition. So it's kind of competitive benchmarks where the goal is that the marketing claims are not as marketing as they want to be, or at least you can interpret them. And there we need kind of all these realistic workloads. And obviously, if there are different market players working on different market segments, and if they are only player in their niche, then they have their own single thing. But typically, there are a few application scenarios, and we can derive the workloads for these. And then there is a different type of benchmark where we are kind of searching for the boundaries of performance, also worst case scenarios, and we are a bit doing more the second type sometimes, also because it's kind of the nature of our system that we have to find these boundaries and we have to think of the worst case. And we are focusing a lot on this, but it's important to differentiate between these two. Then again, how we derive one or the other, I pass on to the others. But yeah.
Yeah, I think especially thinking about those worst case scenarios matters quite a bit there. I'm going to jump around here maybe a little bit. Tam, do you want to speak maybe to some of the workloads that you've been prioritizing and working on in your benchmarking work?
Yeah, of course. I would, let me think. I want to take like the world's like chains benchmark that we've done recently. So we've worked on work teams to increase the gas limits, and we vaguely thought that, all right, maybe we can raise the world gas limit to the another blockchain, another OP stack chains that's out there. For example, like Base or OP mainnets, because like they already raised the gas limit, so like we thought like maybe we can just follow it, but we were wrong because like we've like ran the same amount of the same block that consumes the same gas. We've ran the block that consumes the same gas from the base chain and from the world chain, but the resources consumption was wildly different. Because like the world was like more CPU intensive, and the reason why it was CPU intensive was that world consumes more like ZKP proving verifying the precompile. And because of that, because like when the user claims the token, they have to submit the ZKP, and which takes a lot of CPUs. So so it looked okay. The number was like just we thought like just the nominal gas number, maybe we can just increase it, but like it was not. So it seems like by workload, the chain's throughput can be throughput and the resource consumption could be wildly different from chain to chain.
Yeah, the research you showed there definitely showed some wild differences compared to other chains. I'll jump around here a bit more, Mark, maybe go over to you on the Nethermind side. How are you thinking about the workloads that you're doing your benchmarking and prioritization work for your company?
Yeah, so I'd say our priority at the moment really is kind of measuring more individual opcodes at the start. And then kind of once we have a better understanding of how we can like reprice these and make them more accurately reflect their actual computational usage, then we have a good model that we can apply like across different kinds of workloads. So I'd say there isn't any specific workload like DeFi or anything which causes a problem, but the kind of main concern is specific worst case scenarios. So like something which is being crafted to take as long as possible. And once we kind of crack this, then that can really help us to like massively scale throughput.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes a lot of sense in your case. I think, Michiel, we'll go over to you, and we can talk about the workloads, but maybe also switch to what are some of these bottlenecks and some of the learnings that we have. So we're benchmarking with workloads in mind based on your chain. Are we being proactive in that today, or are we still in a reactive mode? What are some situations you're seeing arise where you're coming in and solving those with your benchmarking work?
I mean, at least so far, we've been mostly reactive up until this point, and at least at the base team, we are trying to be more proactive and try to address this firsthand. So at base, we have like a few ways we benchmark stuff. We have our own benchmarking tool that we open sourced some time ago that we've using for like benchmarking like particular like opcodes. So like transactions with like one particular opcode is like that's more dominant. We are benchmarking mainnet snapshots themselves. So like if we have like a lot of load at one particular block in some time ago, we are trying to like use that snapshot and use the state from that particular point of time and then benchmark on top of that, like our changes. And we also have like our own load testing stuff that we are using in Flashbox Contender. We have our own tool that we are using to spam our test nets and see what breaks. And like after we change like one particular thing on our sequencer or a builder, like what other thing breaks or what's better. So that's like a comprehensive view of how we are benchmarking today at least. And going forward, we want to benchmark more on the new opcodes and try to be more proactive in that sense.
So it seems like today kind of what I'm hearing is that like execution isn't the primary bottleneck. It's kind of looking across the entire system. So I think the part that I want to bring us to next is when one of these bottlenecks is occurring, who's actually feeling the pain on that? What pain are you feeling as a chain? What are your users actually feeling? What's the impact of our scaling limits we have today? Maybe Chaba, I'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, so when it's not execution. So when I was started to look into this quite some time ago now, I was surprised that most of the DevNet testing, testnet testing, benchmarking was going without considering network limitations, basically. So it was kind of almost infinite network resources. So I think we worked a lot on introducing network limitations into these testings. And I'm working on that. I think I'm also proactive when I have the time. And yeah. What was the exact question?
Yeah, so what are kind of some of the
who's feeling
like who's feeling this pain?
Yeah.
Like the chains, the ecosystem, node operators, users. What does that pain look like?
Yeah, so for networks resources, the pain is definitely on. I mean, it depends on what kind of node operator you are. If you're a home operator, the pain is definitely on the other things that you try to do on your network. It's a compromise there. If you are paying for the bandwidth in a professional setting, then it's there. So definitely that's the kind of consumption amount part. And then when there are limitations, it's important that, so we are publishing things like minimum node requirements, right? You need this bandwidth to run the node. Now the question is, what if you don't have that bandwidth? And we want to make sure that the node is working even under those conditions. Like if no one has the bandwidth in the system, that's clearly a problem. But at least if you temporarily don't have the bandwidth, we should still make sure that the nodes are working. And this is work in progress. I'm pushing for this, but I think currently you would feel the pain a lot because the system, it's just not designed in a way that if you're not hitting the minimum requirements temporarily because your kids are watching TV, then you have issues. Yeah, that's for the network. Then for the other limitations, yeah, there is the problem with bottlenecks that it's very much software architecture and hardware architecture dependent, obviously. So it's also a trade-off. Like as bottlenecks are, as we're looking at different bottlenecks, we should reconsider architectural choices and shift the balance between different resources. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Yeah, go for it, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of address the different bottlenecks we see. So, I mean, there's the one that maybe we've mostly touched on, which is around, these worst-case scenarios, kind of gas repricing. And there's definitely a lot of untapped potential with execution that we could get from kind of addressing these. So the next thing to tick off would then be state growth. So, for example, like the Zen contract is an example of like causing a lot of state growth. And we have an initiative called BloatNet, which we're using to kind of explore the impact of state growth on performance. Yeah, both of these are definitely kind of mitigatable or fixable. And then at some point in the future, I see networking really becoming the kind of primary bottleneck. But in terms of how users kind of feel the pain, I guess it's more like, we have these bottlenecks which prevent us from then increasing throughput. So, users are more likely to see some kind of gas spikes or congestion on the network, right? Yeah.
I think maybe just for the sake of time, Mihail, we'll have you go last on this question here. At the base team, you're really focused on having cheap, fast transactions for your users. When things break down, what does that look like today?
I mean, we had an incident last week, I guess a couple of weeks ago, where we had this kind of a breakdown where a lot of our limit was actually our networking, internal networking. Our mempool nodes were feeling a lot of pressure because we had a burst of transactions with the market downturn. So when that happens, we have dropped transactions. We have a lot of people complaining because of that, or rightly so. So yeah, our immediate fix was scale up our network nodes, and that moved to the market stabilizing a little bit. Both help regulate our our throughput, and it was fine after that. But this is just highlighting the different scaling limits that we are facing, and it's not just on the execution client or consensus client. It's directly on networking layers or I/O and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of learnings that come out of that for the future. All right, I think last question here for us. I think we see I think Carl called this out a lot as well. We see a large gap today between the synthetic benchmarking that we do and the real world benchmarking to actually give us the confidence to scale chains as we want to increase the gas limit to enable all users. What needs to be done to close that gap and to get benchmarking as close to reality as possible? Maybe we'll come this way. Mihail, I'll start with you and get one answer from everyone.
Yeah, I mean, we have been, at least at Base Chain, we've been trying to do as many tests as we can beforehand. We have a phase where we just load tests. We start from our DevNet, then we go to Sepolia, then we go to mainnet. We benchmark our clients on using a benchmarking tool on mainnet nodes. We try different kind of Zen transactions, as what Mark mentioned. Those were a big pain for the base team last year. We're trying to benchmark against that. So a lot of validation, a lot of monitoring that we do beforehand, before we production. We're confident to roll out of production. There's also talks of having canaries on our test nets, just so those canaries can take something down on Sepolia or maybe not Sepolia but a DevNet, and then we can go address that. But that's still in the idea stage that in the team right now.
Very cool. Tam?
Yeah, so I think it's really difficult to synthesize the data. So our approach to scaling the chains was to extract as many as data from the existing nodes data. For example, replaying the blocks of the world, replaying the blocks of the base. We can extract a lot of data from that, and we can extrapolate the gas consumption with that. It's really difficult to synthesize the data because you can't replay the state access because you don't have the user's private key, right? So because you can't, because the random state access is the bottleneck, the biggest bottleneck, but if you can't make it happen, if you can't make it up, then there's no point of doing that. So I think the best way to scale, I think, is just try to extract as many as data from the existing data and scale the chain little by little, little by little by looking at the data. I think so. That's the reason why a BPO is great. Yeah.
So not just triple the gas limit and see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just little by little. So
Should be fine.
Yeah. So I think the base what you guys are doing is great because like you guys try to raise the gas limit like one mega gas limit like every week. I think that's the best approach to raise the gas limit. So
I guess just to add to that, I think doing it that way, as like when I joined the base team, I'm like, why don't we just double this like tomorrow? And then like the amount of incidents we're just gonna have based on that is gonna be crazy. And, like every time we have an incident, like there's a lot of people that are affected by it. So we have to be really careful about how we do this, and as careful as possible. And we're trying to do our level best in terms of having a better benchmarking suite, better testing suite in general, so we can avoid any degradation of service.
Thank you for sharing that. I think we're pretty much at time here. I'm going to close it out just by saying, I think it's pretty clear that scaling isn't just about hitting high TPS and gigagas numbers. It's really about the workloads, producing these real workloads, solving for these key bottlenecks for our customers and the whole system. One last note, we're doing this benchmarking together. This is a small representation of the group that is dedicated towards this. If you're interested in being involved, please talk to myself, anyone up here, and we'd love to chat. All right, back to Gloria. Thank you. Thank all the panelists for being here as well.
Get started in just a moment. We're slightly ahead of schedule, so I'll start in just one moment. Are they going to be in? Okay. What time is it? Yeah, so 12:50? Okay, so I'll start. Once I start, then you have me. Okay. What time is it now? Okay. Then we'll start in the couple minutes. I'll wait. We will be getting started in a couple of minutes, but while you wait, please feel free to grab a drink. Any water or refreshments are over here. The restrooms are over in the hallway to the left. Now that you let me know that, I feel better. Okay. Okay, cool. We're like, oh. I know, I was like, wow, such rock star. It's a pretty decent. So they're going to let me know when they're ready. They're not going to get mic'd, they just get handed mics, right? Yeah, hand mics. Conversational? Is this how we do it? All right, we're going to be getting started. Okay. Thank you so much. Quick pivot from benchmarking into something very enterprise. That every enterprise here actually has to decide, and that's what kind of chain are we actually building, and who is it for? Because of the Superchain, the same stack supports radically different businesses with radically different users. Most enterprise chains start with tech, but the real failure mode is misalignment, or you design for the wrong users, you choose the wrong constraints, or your business model fights your architecture. The Superchain and the OP stack lets you build a chain that matches your business model while you're sharing the same standardized infrastructure layer. We're not debating theories or anything like that today. We're just having a deep conversation. And as you listen, keep in mind, who is my median user, and what metrics would prove that we're actually winning? This panel is a conversation between Ben Jones and Merrick from Cello. Ben is the co-founder of Optimism, where he focuses on advancing the ecosystem's mission and shaping governance to reduce platform risk for our Superchain partners. Ben is one of the earliest Ethereum researchers, and he co-founded Plasma Group, a nonprofit research collective that evolved into Optimism today. He is joined by Merrick from Cello. Merrick is a co-founder from Cello and a self-protocol and CEO of C Labs. He previously co-founded Valora and Loku, which were acquired by Stripe and GoDaddy. Respectively, Merrick has a PhD at MIT and as a Facebook fellow and worked at Google, Microsoft Research, and Sun Labs. Ben, I'll let you go from here.
What's going on, everyone? Hope you can hear us over the wind. You know what they say, you can't spell wind without winning, am I right? Oh.
Well, that's a good start.
Thank you.
I wanted to thank for the intro. I didn't realize I had a PhD from MIT, but now I do. Thank you. No, I'm a dropout, so I almost got a PhD from MIT, but I'll take it.
He's a stage 1 MIT PhD.
Stage 1, yes. Working on getting the stage 2. Speaking of stages, should we talk about the shitstorm that Vitalik unleashed a few weeks ago?
Yes, we should get spicy with it. Okay, I'm super down, Merrick. Before we do that, I just have to say, though, I feel like this is we've been on stage many a time, but this is a monumental first moment because we have brought our teams together in a new level, and Celo is officially a part of the Superchain as of a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah. We're excited. Honestly, this has been something we've been working towards for quite a while, and so we're really, really pumped.
Okay, that was me just trying to avoid L2 shitstorm. What do you want to know? What's
what do
your
you
take
think
on
about it? Are L2s relevant?
I think L2s are relevant. Can you believe it? What a shocker. I mean, I think it's interesting.
Are you scaling Ethereum?
We are scaling block space that extends Ethereum. Of course, L2 block space is different from the Ethereum block space. You know, it's interesting. I mean, you know, early on in the Optimism journey, we realized a really key feature that we needed to have was this at the time what we called literally Ethereum equivalence, right? Which feels in many ways very contradictory to this narrative of like L2s need to differentiate, right? And ultimately, I think one of the things that was underappreciated, and one of the things that's different from like don't launch just another EVM chain anymore. I totally believe that, but I also think it was a very important like stepping stone for us to be able to do that. And to us, Ethereum equivalence was always as much about reusing the Ethereum infrastructure as it was like literally being an equivalent developer API. Especially in those early days, the dev API was super important. But what we realized was like, we don't want to build on a foundation that is coming from nothing. We want to like stand on the shoulders of giants. And like that giant was and is Ethereum, right? So I don't know, to me, it's almost like a graduation moment for the L2s that we have like gained the capabilities of being able to differentiate and extend. And I think we couldn't have done that if we hadn't started building on Ethereum and like getting the core, like, you know, the fact that you were able to migrate onto the OP stack from being an L1. To me, that's like, was only possible because we built on the foundation of Geth, as you did, and everyone kind of knew that was the right approach, so.
And that was one of the reasons why we actually picked OP stack, was because of that approach. So, hell yeah.
Amen. So, I mean, looking forward, I think differentiation and like expansion is the name of the game. And like, I would point at Celo as like a great example of this, where you guys have done a lot of amazing things building on the OP stack, adding new feature sets. I'm curious how that's going, by the way. How is it being an L2? Like, I feel like you have had some time to ruminate, and like the transition happened and it's successful, and you're on the other side of that. Hopefully everything is going well, but I would honestly be more interested if it's like not going well. Like, what are the pain points that you want to see as we continue to differentiate? Like, give it to me straight, man. What sucks about being an L2?
Yeah, and that's a good question. Yeah, so definitely a few things, but I think maybe starting with the things that have gone right. You know, I think it's been about a year now since we transitioned to an L2. It's been quite a ride, and I think primarily because by being an L2, we were able to actually increase our rate of development and our rate of shipping, in large part because of some really great partners, both Optimism, but also some of the folks in the Optimism ecosystem. I see Succinct in the house, or I saw Succinct in the house. You know, it's just been really, really wonderful. We spent, in the last 12 months, we did 4 hard forks, which we never did as an L1 in 1 year. I think the max we did was 2. And I think that's just a testament to the OP stack and you know, the amazing ecosystem that you guys have built, that we were able to keep shipping just amazing software and amazing improvements. And so I think one of those improvements was, of course, launching ZK fault proofs with OP Succinct Lite. And we're really, really excited about that, because now we effectively are in a position where we, you know, truly are inheriting Ethereum security for the L2. And so we finally, you know, transitioned from that L1 with our own security model to an L2 that really you can credibly say, you know, is inheriting Ethereum security. And so we're really, really stoked about that. And we're really stoked about L2 Beat and the rating that they've given us over on the Validium and Optimium tab. But, you know, those are the things that have been going well. The things that are not going well, I would say, you know, it's kind of ironic. As an L1, we had 1 block finality. We had our own BFT protocol that we built. We had our own proof of stake consensus protocol that we launched before Ethereum. I think we were the first EVM chain to launch with proof of stake. And we had one block finality. And so a lot of people who are actually using Celo day to day, moving money in and out of exchanges, are now saying, what happened? I used to be able to deposit into, say, Bybit really quickly. Now it's taking, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes sometimes. Why is it so much longer? And of course, that's because as an L2, we're waiting for Ethereum finality. And Bybit's really conservative there, and it takes quite a while. And so that's, I think, one thing that isn't working well, and I think that's one reason why we're working with Espresso right now to bring Espresso into the potentially kind of OP broader ecosystem. We're super stoked that their tech can allow us to give basically 2-second finality with Espresso economic guarantees, so different than Ethereum economic guarantees, but still I think useful for smaller transactions and useful for deposits and withdrawals from centralized exchanges. So I think that's something that's coming. And certainly I think, it's not just L2s, it's really, frankly, all of Ethereum that has a finality problem right now. And obviously people are working to improve that for the L1 as well. But for now, I think Espresso is an interesting kind of stopgap for us.
I feel like I've got finality problems as we got to make that a t-shirt. That's interesting. So basically, I think what I'm hearing is like, there were pros and cons to the transition. Like, it allowed us to move a lot faster. It gave us a bunch of flexibility. We shipped more hard forks than we had ever been able to. But also, it came with some of the L2 design trade-offs that make those things easier, bringing challenges on the other side. And so you're going to work towards innovating on those fronts, too. By the way, this wind is freaking crazy. Oh, my God. I just have to tell. I feel like for the online streamers, we're in a tent that is being like, it feels like we're about to be blown away. Like, what's Wizard of Oz style? And I feel like, I guarantee you that is not coming across. And they're just like randomly seeing us being like, whoa, the wind. Super interesting, though. Well, I guess one of the interesting questions is like differentiation on the tech side versus on the ecosystem side. So I would be also curious to hear from you, like what's going on in the Celo ecosystem these days, like maybe in ways that relate, maybe that don't. You've also been doing like huge alt-DA numbers for a long time, and I'm curious on that. But I don't know, you were introduced as a co-founder of Self as well, and I feel like you should tell the world, the folks in the audience what that is too.
Yeah, definitely. So I think one of the interesting things about Celo's origin is that when we built it interviewing people in emerging markets and trying to figure out what a normie would need a blockchain to do for them to solve their real problems. I think it's a very fundamentally different approach to building a chain than, how I think a lot of other chains came into existence.
The only blockchain developers that talk to normies. Well done, well done.
The only. I don't know if we're the only, but we were among the earliest. And I think, if you look at what Celo is today and what other chains are today, like it's very clear that approach has led to a very different outcome, and it's easy to see why, right? Like if you're building for people in emerging markets that don't have access to traditional financial rails, you're going to build products that replicate the things that you and I take for granted, right? So one of the biggest products on Celo is MiniPay, which is global Venmo. By Opera, the public company. If you've ever used their browser back in the day, they're an amazing company. They've done great work in the browser space, and now they're going pretty hard into kind of the self-custodial kind of fintech space, and they have an amazing product with 12 million users and counting that is just really taking off. And that product can exist today because it's using some of Celo's features. It's using the fact that you can pay for gas natively with stablecoins on Celo. It's using the fact that you can send money to phone numbers on Celo and not just publicly derived addresses. And it's using some of the mobile enhancements that we've done early on. And the end result is a product that normies can use for things that are other than speculating on meme coins, right? Because if you're building a chain for people who have access to all of these, financial tools that we take for granted, then what else is there to do on these products, right? Like you already have a bank account, you already have Venmo. You don't need this. So naturally, people gravitate towards, fun, kind of speculative casino type use cases. And you can just see the user bases are just very different. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a place for speculation on Celo. Actually, a lot of people are speculating on gold on Celo right now in MiniPay. And I'm sure that trend will continue with other assets. But I think starting with real use cases that are solving problems that the existing financial industries in those countries aren't solving, that's basically been our go-to-market. And I think that is what has led us to have these very specific features, right? Like we worked really hard to add this fee abstraction feature way before account abstraction really made it into the zeitgeist in the broader Ethereum ecosystem. And even now, with all of the EIPs that have been created, it still isn't really ubiquitous throughout all of Ethereum. Whereas it works just wonderfully on Celo, in MiniPay, and actually soon Ledger Live is going to announce it as well. It's going to be really cool. And so those differences are pretty great. And I think we're pretty excited that OP has now embraced differentiation. I think this has been maybe a bit of a change for you guys. And so I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are and what your journey towards where you are now has been.
Yeah, journey to customization. I think, I spoke on this a little bit earlier, and it's like very much related to this whole Twitter narrative we saw a couple of weeks ago. I think in some sense, it's like, there's one framing of it that if you're a Solana bro, you can like, oh, the L2s are parasitic and nothing's ever working, it's all multi-sig and blah, blah, right? And yeah, it frustrates me sometimes that the Ethereum community can like set itself up for these kinds of dunks, kind of as some of the marketing goes out, right? On the other hand, I think there's a more positive framing to look at things, which is effectively a graduation moment for the L2 ecosystems. And like I said before, at the end of the day, it felt like, it feels in retrospect, it was hard to tell at the time, but in retrospect, it's obvious that a prerequisite to being able to differentiate is being able to do the same thing well. And that was really, I think, what was happening. Like, it's funny you talk about account abstraction. Like, fun fact, the earliest version of the OVM, like the first Optimism software, had a really janky version of account abstraction that was like not even integrated together in the way that you guys are, and it was a horrible experience, and it like incurred a bunch of technical debt. And what we realized was that like if we're going to have a basis for any of these differentiations, we need to be as good as the Ethereum thing itself. And like we are standing on the shoulders of giants as L2s, and like Ethereum is that giant. And like before you climb up to the shoulder, then you can reach a little further ahead. So to me, that differentiation story is like, it almost feels like we've earned our stripes to be able to go and do that. And like there are a lot of different ways you can interpret the public narratives, but to me, that is at the core of what's happening here. As far as like what that means, I mean, one of the huge areas that I'm very excited about is like differentiation in the sequencing space. So one of the things that we are seeing is customers coming to us and talking about different ordering policies and different things at that level. And the good news is like, because we decided to stand on the shoulders of giants, we have a nice modular environment where we can start to think towards how does it look like to define a specific sequencing policy that doesn't require going through every single part of the stack and making a bunch of spaghetti code edits on top of spaghetti code, but actually like has a little module for us to be able to do that. And obviously it's like wonderful that we're at the point where just launching another EVM L2 is not a news flash anymore. That's because we have a lot of them with a lot of success. So I don't know. Does that framing make sense? It's kind of like a graduation moment for us, disguised in different words, I would say.
Totally. Yeah.
I think the other interesting story of sequencing is that kind of like, it is actually related. So I don't think you were here for the earlier panel that we had on like benchmarking and different workloads. And this is the other, but I think this is another thing that I would say is like, we're starting to see different workloads emerge on different use cases. And some of these things end up being tied together. Like it's probably the case that the way that you build a sequencing policy and that you do block building at the level of a payments focus is different from what you need for like a hot state of everybody speculating on the same Uniswap storage slot, right? And so being able to differentiate at that level is interesting. I even think in the end state we'll probably end up seeing like composition of sequencing protocols themselves, where like I can even see a future where Celo has like I'm sending a payment endpoint that is like hyper optimized to be able to get into a block really quickly and easily and be like sequenced in the field of payments. And that differs from where you're seeing gold speculators that all touch the same storage slot. I'll just shout. What the heck? Oh, can you hear me? Is that mic? Okay, I hear myself now. Cool. I don't know. What do you think? What was your reaction? I mean, I feel like Celo becomes an L2 a year later. L2s are disavowed. Like, I don't know. What was your take on it?
Yeah, a lot of people came to me afterwards asking, did we make a mistake? Like, did we, knowing what you know now, would you change anything? And the answer is no. For the last year, I've been going around like evangelizing this idea that Ethereum will become the settlement layer of the internet, and that it's just obvious and inevitable that every blockchain will eventually roll up to Ethereum. And I still see that as being true today, even if not all of these blockchains are scaling Ethereum. I think it actually doesn't really matter. The reason this is going to happen is because of network effects that will form, right? And the reason that it's not entirely obvious right now that this will happen is because Ethereum has slow block times and slow finality. But they're working on it, right? Once all of that is addressed, and once pretty much every chain is using ZK snark-based validation, then suddenly you'll be able to communicate trustlessly between chains across all of Ethereum. And as soon as that happens, there will be no other place that will have stronger network effects for liquidity, for users, for developers. And I think ultimately that will just suck everybody into Ethereum. So I'm still very, very bullish on this future. I think it's going to happen. I'm excited to be, early in noticing this and being one of the first, working with our community to be one of the first communities to actually make this transition. Already there's many others who either have followed suit or who have asked us for guidance on how to follow suit. And so I'm very, very excited for more of those L1s transition to L2s. And I think, again, Ethereum will become the settlement layer of the web.
Yeah, I think it's like, I gotta give Carl credit for this framing of like, you can't build something decentralized on something centralized, but you can extend something decentralized to be slightly less decentralized in a way that suits your needs. And I kind of agree. It's like, obviously the thing at the top that everyone is settling into needs to be this decentralized thing. And maybe it's the case that you can argue that, oh, well, you're not scaling the decentralized thing if you add a little bit of centralization into the mix. And that's fine. That's just like how it's going to work. And it doesn't like destroy the network effect of the decentralized backbone. The decentralized backbone is the thing that everybody credibly commits into to be able to interoperate in its share. So yeah, that makes sense to me. All right, we got 5 minutes left. You're too humble, Merrick. What else can you show? What are your favorite metrics that you're tracking today that you're really excited about in the Celo world?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot of on-chain FX increasingly happening on Celo. So one interesting fact, the traditional FX market is a $250 market annually. Quadrillions, you don't get to say quadrillions very often in life, but when you're talking about FX, every year, that's how much volume gets exchanged. That is a very, very big number. And there is no reason for that to be off-chain, right? These markets are inefficient. They only trade 5 days a week. There's so much value in bringing them on-chain. And that's something that we're really excited about in the Celo ecosystem. We've invested heavily into a lot of local currency stablecoins. And there's increasingly just more and more DEX volume happening on Celo where people are doing these spot FX trades on-chain. Not in quadrillions yet volumes, but we're processing. I think there was $4 billion of volume last month in stablecoin transactions. So that's partially P2P payments, thank you, and then partially this on-chain FX stuff taking off. And I think just in the next few weeks, there's going to be a perp DEX launching on Celo called updown.xyz. And they're going to be focused primarily on these on-chain FX perpetuals. So if you want to do hedging, if you want to do open carry type positions, you'll be able to do all that on-chain 24/7 on Celo. So we're super, super excited about that. So pretty big, big stuff happening there. The other thing we're excited about is just agents. Who here has set up an OpenClaw bot, or the 10 of them? Who here has set one up that is spawning additional OpenClaw bots themselves? Yes, a few people. That's going to be kind of crazy when more people start doing that. It's a whole brave new world. And one thing that we've noticed is it's easy for bots to Sybil other bots or Sybil themselves. Maltbook was plagued with a lot of either human-written content, but also Sybil content, right? Like suddenly, if you're trying to create a social network for bots, it's really easy to try to drive the narrative in some direction that you want by spinning up hundreds of bots to pretend to have a conversation over here and make people think that that's actually what all bots care about. Whereas the reality is that it's just really easy to game. And so that's where I think Sybil protection for bots, which is kind of weird, but this is something that needs to be solved now.
What does that even mean? Is it? Yeah, I've been asking this question as well because it's obvious. It's like, okay, well, I just have my AI agent write millions of posts, but what does it even mean? Is it a reputation? Like, it's not a one-to-one.
Yeah.
It's not like one agent, one vote is not a Sybil, right? That is a Sybil attack.
Yeah, I mean, getting to one agent, one vote is exactly what you want, right? And so the way to do that, Celo has this protocol called self.xyz. It's a ZK identity protocol. You can prove that you have a valid biometric passport or a valid biometric ID card. You can prove it in zero knowledge on chain, and that basically proves your humanity and your uniqueness. And suddenly, with this, you can then, in zero knowledge, without revealing your name or anything about yourself, lend that uniqueness to an agent. And then that agent suddenly can have more reputation, more authority, because people know, oh, there's only one of these per person that spawned them. So chances are there isn't 100 of these having a fake conversation on Maltbook. And so I think that's pretty interesting, and I think that's something that Self is pretty excited about.
Are you you have agents that have delegated on Celo via Self protocol that have basically the humans can have basically delegated their identity to an agent.
Exactly. So there's someone built on top of Self. Someone built Self-Claw. So if you go to selfclaw.xyz, you can go and you can delegate your uniqueness to only one of your bots. And I think that's going to be pretty interesting. And actually, Self-Claw is kind of taking off. Someone created a meme coin for it, and then suddenly everyone cares. And so it's interesting. I think, there's just an insane amount of new challenges. The whole SaaS industry that exists today, catering to developers, has to be rebuilt catering to bots, basically. And then that's not to say, not to even speak of all of the consumer things like social networks that everyone is actively now very, very quickly trying to rebuild for agents. And all of these different applications are going to run into all types of problems. Many of them are going to be, financial problems where, naturally these transactions are going to have to happen on chain, because, obviously these agents can't KYC, can't get a credit card, all that stuff. So we're very, very excited about that future. We're working with developers to build for that future. We think that some of Celo's features are actually really useful. The fact that you can pay for gas with stablecoins is perfect. Suddenly, life is easier for an agent if they want to transact with USDC or USDT. One of the biggest impediments to rolling this out to users right now for humans is getting MetaMask to adopt it, for example. But for agents, it doesn't matter because they construct the transactions manually, right? They can construct the transaction, add the extra fields that we need for them to pay for gas with tokens, and it's just super trivial for them. So that's pretty cool.
Damn, that's good. Agents enable customization to be not a trade-off against UX.
Totally. And then the other thing that I think is cool, a lot of people got excited about rent-to-human.ai. There's similar things on Celo happening as well, in large part because we have so many users on MiniPay who are eager to do gig work. And
wait, is human AI, is that the thing where the agents can rent the humans to do things? Oh my God. Okay.
yeah, and actually this is another great use case for self, because if you're going to pay a human to do something, or if an agent's going to pay a human to do something, you want that agent to know that they're actually paying a human and not an agent who's just an imposter. So that's another really great use case for self. Not the Sibyl piece, but the proof of humanity piece. Suddenly, agents will actually care about that. Maybe even more than we care about finding out if we're talking to an agent or a human.
Amazing. All right, I think we're a couple minutes over time here. I feel like we went from the Celo L1 to L2 migration, the changes in the L2-centric roadmap, customizations, all the way down to the singularity. So I feel like we covered some pretty good ground there. And all in this insane biblical weather, which is very, very exciting. So yeah, I think that's all we got, guys. Thank you so much, Marek, for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for having me.
Short break, and we'll get started in 5 minutes. EtherFi. Yeah. We're good. I'm like freezing. I'm like, ooh. Oh, perfect. Question. Because EtherFi is next. Are they announcing or are they not announcing?
Yeah, they are.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes, yes, we are.
Okay.
122, he'll be downstairs.
Yeah, he said he's coming in like 1 minute. He's 1 minute. So that's fine. We'll bring everybody back in a second. But I just want to know if we're not announcing anything.
We're good.
Okay, cool. Wait, Daniel, just because I'm overproductive, we are good to announce the party?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I don't want to have a call from Eric in like 5 minutes being like, hey, the slide had to go. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, but listen.
Greg. Did you get your question? Yeah. Two. Yeah. I'm cold. All right. You guys are gonna want to see that guy.
Is the guest here yet?
He's gonna be build a company around these privileges or primitives. Brooke, Jing, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Also, I'm super excited to introduce Rock, like rock and roll up. Rock is EtherFi's co-founder and the chief growth officer. He spent 15 years building SaaS companies before crypto, including at Top Hat, at Groupon, Obsidian HR, before transitioning. He went to the University of Notre Dame, and he's based in Denver, so he's on home turf for this event. Welcome. Okay,
Thanks.
So we've got something exciting to announce. I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah. Thanks. Nice to see everyone. I don't know who's used our EtherFi Cash product or not, but it's basically a credit card that allows you to spend your crypto in real life. And so today we're extremely excited to announce that the EtherFi Cash product is moving to Optimism. And so all what that means is that all transactions will be settled on Optimism. So we do about $3 million a day in transactions, and have over 70,000 active cards. 300,000 people have created accounts, spending in real life, users across the world. And so we're super, super excited to be moving to Optimism and for Optimism to be the home of EtherFi Cash.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Hell yeah. Yeah, what is crazy to me is the explosive growth that you guys have seen. One thing that stood out to me is, you really know if you have product market fit, if the team could just walk away from the product and the product would still continue to grow. And that's what you guys have seen. Literally double growth every 2 months. That's crazy. So how did you guys go from where you started, liquid restaking, to such explosive growth?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things with crypto, narratives tend to drive things. So when we got into the crypto space, the narrative was around Lido and Lido having too much market share. And so we're like, all right, there's a good narrative. Maybe let's start building there. And you can create this financial app where basically you take what we learned in Web 2, which is vertical integration, where you stack products on top of each other. And so we just started to do that. So liquid restaking, it helped us with our distribution. We got 400,000 wallets into the app. People were farming it, for hoping for an airdrop, et cetera. But if you look at so many crypto charts, people just fall off after TGE because crypto capital is super mercenary and they're super good at it. So you need to give them reason to stay. And so we were always thinking about how do we build a long-term product. The rails of crypto helped Mike, who's my co-founder. He moved from Canada to Cayman, and so trying to get banking set up in Cayman was a disaster. And so basically he started creating this app for himself, and that's kind of how it all came about. But yeah, the idea came, the next thing we did was, all right, well, a lot of people want to be in DeFi, but they are not going to manage their wallet. So we got the liquid vaults out, and then from there we're like, well, if you could use this as collateral and actually spend in real life, that'd be really cool. So this has all really come together quickly, and it's been super exciting. As you said, the growth has been really good. We have over 300,000 accounts, 70,000 cards, and we haven't even been live for a year, which is super exciting. And yeah, it's crazy. We'll see these crazy viral blips where, last week, some Twitter guy posted in Brazil, and we had 20,000 accounts sign up in that day. So it's figuring out these growth mechanisms and kind of how you can take that step growth, that step function, that we're just skimming the surface, right? If you think about it, there's 6-7 billion people in the world. Let's say 3 billion of them spend actively, and we have 70,000. We're just not even close to scratching the surface. So we're super, super excited.
Yeah, the card product is so clever. Can you just walk the audience through what the user flow is? What is the first touch point that the user has, and what kinds of people are you seeing utilize the card product the most?
Yeah, so this is actually interesting. We're in this journey to attract more people into crypto. So the normal crypto flow for people, you go to some application, you connect your wallet, and you start to kind of go through this process. Ours is a bit more of a Web 2 flow because you have to KYC to get the card. It's a light KYC. We do as little as we can, but you need like a liveness check, an ID, and a proof of residence in a approved country. So basically, you log in with an email address, you create an account, do KYC. It takes about 2 minutes, and then you've created an account. Okay, we call them vaults. Basically, what that will be is a wallet that is sitting on Optimism. So we're trying to use nomenclature that normies are used to. Like if you go in crypto.
Good luck.
Yeah, I know, right? But in crypto, we use all these like crazy words, right? That just don't really make sense. So we try to make things simple and easy to understand for anyone. So yeah, you create this account. It's basically just a wallet that then sits on Optimism, and you can add assets into it. And then there's two modes. There's a direct spend mode where you just spend stables, or there's a borrow mode where you can borrow at 4% APY. So we don't charge the crazy 28% APY that credit card companies charge. So it's 4%, and you can borrow against Bitcoin, ETH. We'll continue to get more assets in there. And so, yeah, it's a really good user flow, and it's free to create an account. There's no credit check, there's no nothing. It's just prove you're alive, show that you have like proof of residence, and then you're good to go and kind of play around. So most people put like $50, $100 in, and then all of a sudden like the accounts grow and they get comfortable with it. Because I just think it's a really good product.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we're so excited to partner with you guys. In crypto, as you all know, it's really hard to find genuine organic growth that isn't purely based on incentives. You guys were just so thoughtful with how you approached the product and growth. And given this crazy metric where your growth is doubling every 2 months, your infrastructure choice obviously matters a lot. Talk to us about why you picked OP Mainnet. Yeah,
for sure. So the OP team was amazing to work with, honestly. Very professional, how they viewed things, went about things. When we talk in crypto, there's not a lot of people who think about like long-term. Like in long-term, I mean like 3 to 5 years in sustainability and how you create a product that lasts. Most people think about 6 to 12 months, get a token out, and see what we do from there. But OP, like if you look at it, tons of transactions that occur, so it has to be reliable. Like a credit card has to work 100% of the time. It cannot go down, right? So like if chains go down, it's a non-starter. So that was really, really important. Tons of transaction volume. Like I said, we're doing about $3 million a day in purchases. So when we first started, like maybe 2 purchases would come every hour. Now like 4 or 5 purchases come a minute, right? Like they fly through, and it's around the world, so it's around the clock, right? They're just kind of coming in. So 100% uptime, 100% like reliability of transactions is super important, and then also working with a partner who has a vision of where to go. We thought for a long time about creating our own L2, and there was just no reason for it. There's enough out there, and finding a partner who has already done that makes a ton of sense. Having like a good ally working with them, I think that'll be really powerful moving forward.
Yeah, speaking of vision, right now you see all these DeFi products legitimizing, becoming more TradFi. All these TradFi companies seeing the DeFi gobbling up market share and starting to offer more crypto components. You guys started off in crypto, but you're really making crypto take a backseat to the user experience. Super beautiful, super seamless. What is your 5-year vision? Are you trying to become a neobank?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's our goal, is to become a neobank. I think if we're doing our jobs right, our biggest competitors in 3 to 5 years are Robinhood, Coinbase, et cetera. They're just coming at it from more of a Web 2 angle, where we're coming at more from Web 3. And what I mean by that is the user always has custody of their funds. And so we never take custody. That's a huge benefit for us and lets us move more quickly. So like a Coinbase or Robinhood, Revolut, they have to go get licenses in each and every country to kind of go through. Since we don't take custody, there's regulatory steps we have to go through, which we go through and take everything appropriate. But we never take custody of funds, which lets us move a lot faster. And so it gives us a bigger addressable market, and also lets our speed of execution kind of take form there. So I also don't think people fully get the benefit of self-custody yet. And it's also scary. Self-custody is really scary, right? If it's like, hey, I have $10,000 and like I can put it in my bank and I know it's going to be there, and if I put $10,000 on this little USB key, like what's going to happen? So I think we need to make that more comfortable and in normal, because optically people have just been convinced that banks are the safest place for your money.
Yeah, it's like how every single person, every single normie out there in the world has read that article about the dude who misplaced his Bitcoin seed and has been buying up dumpsters looking for his seed for the last decade. Yeah. Although recently he posted an article saying that he had given up his search, which is exactly what I would do if I found my keys. Okay,
That's smart.
so
He probably found it.
right, he did. So the incumbents are pretty scary. Like they move more transaction volume, transaction size than sometimes all of crypto combined. What do you think the advantage is that companies like EtherFi have in entering the neobank space?
Yeah, I mean, I think time is on our side right now. So if we move fast, that's to our benefit, because we don't have to wait for a lot of regulatory stuff. There's really exciting things that are happening in the space too. So like Ondo bringing stocks on chain is massive. So if you think about that, like if you look at a Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs, one of the most popular things that rich people do, and it only gets given to rich people, is they hold stocks and they borrow against them at a low rate. So if you can all of a sudden, instead of having to sell your S&P 500 or whatever it is, right, you can get into traditional assets to hold it, borrow against it at 4%. That's like an amazing product.
Wait, is it that only rich people can do that today, or only rich people want to do that today?
I think it's only rich people get offered that, right? Like you can't go to Chase or Morgan Stanley and get a liquidity access line like that. You have to be in their private wealth division to get that, which is, I don't know, it's probably in the millions of dollars you have to hold to get access, where anyone can do that with us, right? So it's like, you don't have to make that decision of whether or not I want to sell this or hold this, which I think is the more assets that we can bring into EtherFi Cash, the better. And basically, if you think about it, any asset that you can hold at a bank currently, so a mortgage, whatever it be, over time, we want that to be available in EtherFi. And so you just hold it there, and you can borrow against it, do all your lending, et cetera. Any banking activity you're doing, you should be able to do through EtherFi. And so we do that with fiat on-ramp and off-ramp right now, getting more assets like stocks in there. We have a ventures fund. So just like exposing more opportunities to anyone who wants them.
So that's a great one. 5 years down the line, what are some other things that you want people to be able to do on EtherFi?
Yeah, I literally just run your banking life from the app. I think that's the most important thing. So if you haven't tried it out, you should download it. It's just ether.fi. We have an app on the Android store and the Apple store. Again, you create an account with an email address. But if you can literally bank from your phone and send assets whenever you want, you have full custody, it's safe, secure, and normal, I think that'd be a massive win. So as an entrepreneur, you kind of dream about, you have to have crazy dreams of how big things can get, and then they usually don't meet them. How fast EtherFi Cash has taken off gives me like the most confidence I've had building a company of like what we can accomplish. It's unbelievable how fast I think this thing can grow.
Yeah, I don't know if Chuck from the Optimism team, stand up Chuck. Chuck was the one that brought EtherFi to the team's attention. It's really amazing. I really recommend everyone go to ether.fi and just try out the product, try out the card product. It is one of few products in crypto where you can hold it, touch it, and just go, wow, this really makes sense. Really happy that you guys joined us today. Really excited about this partnership, and thank you.
Yeah, and just a quick shout out. So Chuck, Ryan, and Daniel on the Optimism team have all been amazing to work with. Like I said, like very forward-thinking and really good business people, which is it's pretty rare. It's pretty
Nice.
rare in crypto. So
Amazing. Thank you so much.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, going good. You let me know when you guys are ready. Is he handheld? Is he handheld?
I think we're ready for Eric.
Okay. All right. Up next, we're getting a partner deep dive in what partners are actually shipping on the OP stack right now. WorldChain is designed around that data, a human-centric layer 2, built for real usage patterns, not just power users. World launched a developer preview of the WorldChain and publicly confirmed it was built on the OP stack as part of the Superchain. As you listen, grab the design patterns and what they prioritized, what trade-offs they made, and what you'd copy if you were building a consumer-scale product on the OP stack. Today's talk is by Eric Roosley from World. Eric is a senior software engineer, a Rust enthusiast, and an open source advocate. Eric, welcome to the Scaling Summit. The floor is yours.
All right. Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming here to the OP Scaling Summit and listening to my talk. My name's Eric. I'm a protocol engineer over at Tools for Humanity, which is the development entity for World. And I'm here to talk to you a bit about WorldChain scaling. I don't think my clicker works. Oh, sweet. Next slide. Yeah, I guess the first thing that we should talk about is, I guess, why is scaling important to WorldChain? And we were really fortunate over the last few years to have a really big uptick in user adoption. And so in the last few years, we've gained 38 million World App users. 18 million of those are actually Orb verified. 6 million monthly active users currently, and we're in over 160 countries. So yeah, we've got a pretty good amount of adoption, and we have seen some growing pains from that. And so scaling is one of our top priorities. And I guess I'm going to go through a bit of our scaling journey. So I guess one question is why has WorldChain gotten such adoption? And I think the biggest reason is probably World ID. So for those of you that don't know, World ID is basically a proof of human, and what it does is it proves that you are a unique member of the set of all of humanity. And we do this in a verifiable way. We do it in a privacy-preserving way. And we use WorldChain as our vector of delivery for World ID. So I think that's why we have so much adoption on WorldChain right now. But next slide. I think probably one of the things that sort of piggybacks off of World ID is actually the mini app ecosystem. So this is very similar to, I guess, like Apple's App Store. And basically, we provide a platform for which developers can build and create their projects. And they can launch them directly on World App and gain instant access to our many millions of verified users who already have a crypto wallet, some cash in their wallet, and are interested in the Web3 ecosystem. So this is, I think, a pretty compelling use case or a platform for developers to launch on. Next slide. So I'll start by talking about, I guess, some of our projects that we've been working on to address some of our scaling concerns. And the first one is priority block space for humans. Next slide. So with priority block space for humans, what we're trying to address, and I think a lot of people here can probably relate, especially in the L2 ecosystem, is spam and bots are like a real problem on the blockchain. And next slide, we really want WorldChain to be a blockchain for real humans who are actually operating with their real devices, and we want to make sure that they have the best UX possible. And this means carving out a chunk of block space specifically for verified humans. And this is, I think, easier said than done, but WorldChain is uniquely poised to tackle this problem with World ID. And I'll talk about a little bit about how PBH, or Priority Block Space for Humans, works. So next slide. The basic idea is that we take our World ID proofs and we bundle them with user transactions. We send these proofs over the network. They go to our custom block builder, and then our block builder can sort of assert these ordering rules which align with how we want WorldChain's block space to be utilized. So what we're doing is we take the top section of the block, we carve this out, and we say this is reserved for verified humans. And then we have the bottom section of the block, which is open, and anyone can essentially enter into this. And what we're basically doing here is during times of high throughput, we can essentially create two separate fee markets. So we have our guaranteed block space that's pretty cheap. We have a really low base fee on WorldChain, and we get WorldChain like world app transactions in there. And then our bots, which we still love bots. We don't want like no bots on WorldChain or anything like that. We just want to make sure we've got them under control, and then they're free to compete at the bottom of the block using their priority fee to get in there. And in this way, we sort of achieve scaling not through increasing our throughput, but actually by making our block space more efficient and preserving our block space for those users that we care so much about. Yeah, next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit now about flash block access lists. So this is a pretty cool idea. Next slide. The basic idea here is that we can essentially ship the absolute pre and post state for each transaction in a flash block. And we ship that along with the flash block so that block verifiers have the state to verify against immediately. So normally when we're verifying a block, we do this sequentially, right? So we verify TX1, TX2, et cetera, till we get to the end of the block. And that obviously works great, but is not necessarily the fastest, right? We want to be able to parallelize this, right? So we essentially pass in the pre and post state, and that allows us to fully parallelize the verification of this block. To get the post or the pre-state for transaction 2, normally we've got to execute transaction 1, but if it's already in the block, we can just execute them all in parallel. And so what does this do for us? I think this answers a few core problems, and one is that as chain operators, we are free to scale our sequencer, essentially to infinity, right? We could put the whole database into memory. We could do a lot of really fancy things, get our sequencer pumping out a gigagas, but it doesn't matter if all of our block verifiers can't keep up, right? So we have people that are, running third-party blockchain infrastructure, maybe block explorers, maybe RPC providers. We don't want them to have to, put the database in memory or something like that. And flash block access lists allows them to sort of keep up trivially almost, right? If we can parallelize this block verification, I hope that maybe WorldChain in a few months we're following the tip with the Raspberry Pi or something. Maybe that's a bit too ambitious, but that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? So that's the basic idea of flash block access lists. So next slide. So that sort of brings us into 2026, and we can talk a little bit about the future projects that we're going to be working on in WorldChain. And there are like tons of cool projects flying about the space right now, but I think there's a few that we're particularly excited about. One is parallel EVM. So parallel EVM has been tried before. It's a pretty difficult project. It's difficult to do well. But I think WorldChain is particularly poised to take advantage of this because our transaction workload is fairly independent. So many of our transactions, I think, can probably be computed in parallel and don't rely on shared mutable state. So I think WorldChain stands to get a pretty big benefit from parallel EVM. We also have a really crack team of protocol engineers. I think we have like some awesome teammates who I think can really deliver this. So I'm really excited to take a stab at this in 2026. Another project I think that is really cool to me is sequencer-defined metering. And if you don't know what sequencer-defined metering is, it's basically the ability for the sequencer to issue gas rebates in sort of an ad hoc manner. And this is really useful, particularly for you can imagine in a parallel EVM use case, we have no way to, reward users for submitting transactions that can be computed in parallel. There's no way to do this currently, but with sequencer-defined metering, we can essentially say, oh, this transaction was really easy to compute, here's a rebate. We can do a similar thing if we are, let's say, pre-computing some complex pre-compile, and we're caching those. If we have a transaction that gets all our cache hits, we can say, awesome, that's great, here's a rebate. And if we have a malicious one that makes us miss all of our cache hits and takes a bunch of extra computation, we can punish them essentially by not giving this rebate. And this is basically an out-of-protocol way to get a multi-dimensional multi-dimensional gas system in the Ethereum space without doing it in protocol, which I think is pretty rad. And then next slide, I think the thing that I'm most excited about just in general in 2026 is working with all of you guys. There's lots of cool builders in this room. We really love working in the Web3 space on open source software, contributing and working on the same projects that the rest of you guys are on. We have so many cool partners like OP, Base, Paradigm, Flashbots, Sunnyside Labs, Nethermind. The list goes on. Like we work with I think some of the coolest teams out there, and we want to keep doing that. And yeah, I think that's really all I've got to say today. So thanks for listening to my quick talk. I know this was a pretty quick summary, pretty high level, but if you guys see me walking around the venue or whatever, feel free to snag me, and happy to chat about some more of this stuff in depth. But thanks for your time, guys. Really appreciate it, and have a great rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
Actually, can you set the microphone? I'll give this one to Will. Yeah. Perfect.
You just hand that mic off.
Yep.
That'd be great.
Is it set? Okay.
Okay, you're good now.
Okay, good.
It's all you.
All right. This one is for all you protocol teams, your app builders, and the enterprise folks that care about user experience and predictable execution. Anything where ordering risk becomes business risks. MEV is an invisible tax, and we are going to have a great discussion with people who are the MEV experts. Welcome back my friend Will from OP Labs. He will be joined with Sanjana Mehta from Optimism. Sanjana brings the L2 operator perspective with what MEV looks like on a production rollup and what migrations are. Oh, wow, that's a big one. And what migrations are. Okay. Beyond that, we have Fahim from 0x Optimus. Fahim has previously worked at Flashbots, Base, and has built numerous trending Dune dashboards. Fahim has previously worked on bringing prop AMMs to OP Stack L2s, analyzing MEV spam on Base, and dashboards analyzing Lombard's LBTC. And last from Flashbots, we have DMARS. DMARS is a research engineer from Flashbots and a research developer org focused on migrating MEV externalities and building real infrastructure like MEV Boost, plus research directions like Suave. Will, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you.
Hello again, everyone. Hope that you are having a great day, great afternoon. Sun is shining, a little windy, but we're here. Thank you for the introduction there, Gloria. I think let's dive pretty much right into things here. DMARS, I think we'll start with you. We've been talking about spam a lot here, how the L2 space maybe differs from the L1. You wrote a research piece last year called MEV and the Limits of Scaling, highlighting how 50% of usage today comes with only 10% of the fees being paid. How do we get to this space? And maybe for people that aren't as familiar about the intricacies between L1 and L2 MEV dynamics, what are the key differences to highlight?
Fantastic question. Maybe to do a little bit of like a pulse. So who here is like familiar with MEV? Raise your hand. Okay, I don't need to re-explain too much. What about the concept of backrunning and atomic arbitrage? Anyone? Okay, a little bit less, but okay, cool. Yeah, so there's many different types of MEV you can think about. There's many different ways to extract it, to generate it, to like basically, utilize like, so there's a lot of like on DeFi execution primitives that people have set up. And they're all basically fancy ways of saying, hey, we've got a couple pools. They're not synchronized. How can I purchase some assets on one pool and say Uniswap, sell them on another pool on Aerodrome? So that's one type. We call that atomic arbitrage. It's called atomic because you can do it within one transaction. So you can actually do the swap on one pool, do the second swap on another pool, and if you don't make money, you can actually revert. On L1, this is very expensive to revert. You have to basically pay for the entire gas cost of doing all this computation, and then you revert, and you get nothing. If the congestion fees are very high on the layer 1, then this is an expensive operation, right? It could be a couple of dollars. In the heat of things, it could have been a couple $100s. And so that's how you can think about atomic arbitrage on L1. And on L2, it's almost the exact same story, except gas is super duper cheap. And so these reverts can cost you about 1 cent when fees are low. And so if you are trying to do arbitrage, if you're doing an arbitrage that has, say, $50 of profit you find, well, you can try that a lot of frickin' times before you end up eating all of that $50 in profit in reverted fees. So yeah, I think that's the main way to think about it, is like the difference in the computation cost between the different layers. How's that?
I think that's a great way to highlight it here, especially given how DeFi was really the primary use case on the L1 there. Sanjan, I want to get your take on this as well. How do you feel about the current situation? How are you thinking about this as a PM?
Sweet. So I think Timors has done a really good job at laying out the problem. Perhaps what I can do is add a L2 specific, or like talk a little bit more about like the L2 specific lens, right? So we work really hard to make the L2 cheap. And one of the unintended consequences, as Timors highlighted, is that it is essentially free to be wrong. And so the natural filter that exists on an L1 that makes it important for a ARB bot to be right is pretty high, versus like a bot can spam hundreds of speculative transactions on an L2, and if like 1 in X hits, then it's profitable. And so really like the fundamental difference is the lack of, or between like an L1 and L2, is like the lack of a very specific auction mechanism that can like convert this thing called MEV into explicit bids. And so a searcher is inevitably going to end up spamming the L2 network in an attempt to place profitable bids. And so I'm quite excited to be working with Flashbots on this because I think like, using Flashbots as research, we can actually convert this implicit gas spam into explicit block space markets. Yeah.
I think you hit well on the research part there. Fahim, I think we want to bring you kind of into the mix here too. So MEV's definitely been very research-based historically. What are the challenges that we're seeing today when we look to bring this research that we've done into production on L2s?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a great question. And I kind of like to start off with saying some of the work that I've done at Flashbots, where I was analyzing how we can, or researching how we can bring prop AMMs to layer 2 blockchains. And what a prop AMM is, it's an AMM where a market maker is able to push prices and get their latest quotes on chain. Now on Solana, that's able to be done just like relatively easily because these writes, these updates are very cheap, and so they're able to go to the top of the block at a very cheap price. However, on the other hand, on EVM chains, it's not comparatively as cheap. And so you have a situation where a market maker is able to be front-ran by a toxic or informed trader. And so some of my work at Flashbots was to kind of research, hey, how are we able to solve this problem? And the solution, or proposed solution, was being able to have a priority lane for these updates, such that you first have all the updates at the top of the block, and then what you have is the remainder of these like swap transactions and every other transaction after all these updates. But one of the problems with this approach and kind of bringing it into reality, as opposed to just keeping it as research, is how do we fend off against spam? Because when you have spam, you're going to have a lot of potential like market makers. They might spam up the entire block with all those updates, and then now there's less space for the remainder of the transactions on chain to land in that block, which poses an issue. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I think we definitely see that a lot where the gas limit for a given chain is increased, but then spam continues to take a lot of that net new block space that's been added. Yeah. Sanjana, from your perspective, when we're building our protocol, how are you thinking about what theories make sense to be implemented, what research is valuable, but maybe what your problems still are?
Yeah, great question. And I think like prop AMMs is like pretty top of mind for me. I'm very excited. I'd love to like talk a bit more about this after this fireside chat. Sorry, this regular non-fireside chat with you, Fahim. Okay, so there's 3 things that like stand out for me. And I'm gonna like put the perspective of which is like L2 versus L1, right? On L1, you have 12-second slots, which is ample amount of time to run a fair bid. On a lot of OP stack chains today, we effectively have 200 millisecond flash block times. And running a block space auction in 200 milliseconds, which involves doing the bid evaluation, network latency, ensuring there's like inclusion guarantees. All of that is like a really hard engineering challenge, right? So it's an order of magnitude more complicated than the L1. I think the other thing that is interesting to me is that with our focus on enterprises and like a bunch of different categories of enterprises, one size doesn't actually fit all. The Superchain is a melange of chains that have like a bunch of differentiated identity and ecosystem. And so chains like Base and Unichain are going to want to aggressively mitigate MEV for like high throughput DeFi, but chains like WorldChain are going to want to continue to prioritize verified humans over bots. Think about a payments chain. A payments chain is likely going to want to have fixed first come, first serve kind of transaction ordering. And so I think the definition of MEV itself is particular to the chain's use case. And so like coming up with converting like this sequencing stack into a programmable, configurable system is not as easy as like coming up with a very specific use case that we are really good at. So like just like going from a specific use case to a more generalized use case, or like a bunch of different generalized use cases is like, again, another challenge. And I think like the final one that I find the most challenging personally as a PM is like, how do you convert this techno-optimism into actual hardened product, right? Which is like, there's a lot of cutting edge research that is happening. How do you convert all of that research into essentially like a really simple configuration that any enterprise can like look at and be like, okay, these are the things that I can do, and now I have this like highly differentiated on-chain service that meets the demands and the needs of my users. So like it's just like, how do I make it really easy to onboard to? How do I make it really accessible? Like these are the questions that I ask myself again and again as I think about like MEV and just like differentiated block space across a bunch of different use cases.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. We've seen the workloads, the type of chains we have continue to go in divergent directions, yet we have MEV as a core part of the protocol today. Maybe Dimars, I'll start over with you again here. So if we look at MEV today, it's a scaling problem, maybe also a scaling solution with some of the stuff you were saying there, Sanjana, but it's also revenue, and we're still in the revenue meta right now. How do we continue to evolve MEV in a way where economics also continue to make sense?
That is a very good question. It's in many ways we've been trying to answer this question for about 5 years, and we've gotten far, and I think there's lots of new insights. The way we like to think about it is trying to harness this competition for ordering rights to create optimal outcomes. And optimal outcomes is vague, but there is some intersection of like revenue for the chain, execution for the user, and also value paid to the arbitrageurs. The arbitrageurs are the ones capturing this MEV, and they are doing a good, valuable job for the chain. When they arbitrage 2 pools, now if you were to go through the unsynced, pre the arbitrage, you might get a worse price. post the arbitrage, you now get a good price. So you should be rewarded for this. In many ways, it's an existential, moral question of like, I am the one that generated this transaction. Should I get all of the MEV? I think if you look at how the PFOF and TradFi markets have evolved, they have a lot of regulatory structure and reporting standards for how you communicate this and facilitate these auctions. And so my hope is that we can progress into a world like that in blockchain, where we can sort of propose our own standards, self-regulate ourselves, and find optimal outcomes for everyone. Yeah, does that answer the question?
I think it's interesting how you talked about like the prioritization and like what are the rules that ultimately define that as we move into MEV that looks a little bit different than just these initial trading use cases and 5 years of research with 50 years to go still.
Yeah, 50 years would be great. There's way more types of arbitrage as well. And I think to Sanjana's point, the specific chain the L2, the L3, the L4, whatever type of application you're deploying there will have different preferences for how this value is captured and redistributed. And so, ultimately some type of programmable layer where you're able to define these rules, define the redistribution would be fantastic. And I think this is just a little bit of a tangent thought, but I'm like greatly inspired by the work of like Google ad auctions, where, one of the key innovations there was like, hey, where the heck did you get this ad from? And so that is like, that is an input into the ad auction, and that allows you to redistribute the value. But I think these supply chains are much more complicated. You have an intent, which goes to an aggregator, which somehow, I don't know, meme coins are involved somehow. And then there's an Oracle update. And so who gets what and why and how is the eternal question.
I think it's a pretty complicated feedback loop that you just highlighted there. Sanjana, how are you looking at this as we're looking to build out the OP stack?
I'd actually push back on the premise that there is inherent tension between MEV and revenue. I think we've just ended up in a place where we've kind of sort of gotten the worst of both worlds, which is MEV is MEV, not MEV, but MEV spam is hurting scale. And the way that chains are extracting MEV today are suboptimal. And so, when you think about the different kinds of MEV, as Dimar's mentioned, there is harmful MEV, and the fact that L2, at least on the L2s, the mempool is private, means that things like sandwich attacks and front running are predominantly figured out, right? It eliminates that. Of course, with TEE-based attestations and running this in cryptographically, you can prove that indeed the sequencer is not malicious. But there is no revenue to be extracted there, right? It is not in the benefit of the chain operators to actually extract more there. However, the neutral MEV, which is what arbitrage and liquidations is all about, is actually really important for a chain from a protocol health perspective, from a price alignment perspective. And so the problem is not the fact that it is there, it's how it's expressed. And so once again, with things like MEV auction, I think there is the ability to optimize for this economic value, and in fact actually generate more value because it's optimized. And then also with the effect of it not hurting scale, because now user transactions are actually going to go through because there's less spam. And I think the final thing is honestly, it's just block space value, which is how do we make it very easy for a chain operator to move from the notion of I am going to collect gas because these transactions show up, to intelligently auction block space off, right? Depending on the use cases that they're trying to bring on chain, how do they, using customized block building, how do they price or generate revenue based on priority lane or ahead of time auction, prop AMMs. There's a bunch of different things that you could be doing with that block space. How do you move away from just PGA to something a lot more expressive?
Yeah, super great points. Something I wanted to double click on in the beginning, what you were saying is so how spam affects users. So in case that connection isn't clear, so yes, the chain is spammed, it becomes harder to use, but in practice, what happens is, as I mentioned, you have $100 of arbitrage on the table. You can now try a lot of transactions. That makes it hard to get in, but not only that, you are actually giving away, if there is a competitive auction, and so the spam auction is competitive, but it is not revenue maximizing or efficient in any way. What happens is people are trying to rush to get into the chain. This raises the base fee. Their potential profits from these arbitrages are going to the base fee. That raises it. Now all users of the chain are paying increased costs for just doing normal transactions. So yeah, I just wanted to double click on that.
Yeah, that's definitely like a scalability failure in many ways versus I think what Sanjana was talking about in terms of how more customization in the MEV space could lead to more value for the end user. How do we achieve that?
Totally. I also think there's non-financial MEV. One example is this app XEN. Does anyone know anyone from XEN? I really want to meet them. But
we did invite them, by the way.
What's that? Okay. But this is somehow they're making money from it, but they're incentivizing people to touch as much storage on the chain as possible, and now it's harder for nodes to to operate infrastructure. I think a token comes out of it, so it is kind of MEV. They're taking advantage of the fact that storage is priced wrong across just all of Ethereum, and using that to create activity for a token. Anyways, that's another tangent.
Let's shift gears here slightly and go towards the cross-chain themes. So we're very focused on interop here at OP. We've been living in the cross-chain, omni-chain world for quite some time now. That trend only continues. Fahim, I'm going to start with you here. As we see more block space become more composable, are we going to see more of the same from MEV in terms of its linear growth, or are we going to see positive or negative sublinear growth?
Yeah. So that's a great question, and I'd argue that it's going to be super linear growth. And just to kind of first break down what a cross-chain transaction is, or atomic cross-chain transaction to be specific, because that's where a lot of MEV will come from. It's a transaction where it's between two different chains, and it's able to execute fully between those chains, or doesn't execute at all. And so how that would look like in practice is if I see that I'm able to buy an asset on chain A, I can then sell it on chain B, and do so done atomically without it failing. Otherwise, it doesn't execute at all. But right now, in the current day, if you were to try doing that, you're going to have to buy on chain A, bridge to chain B, sell on chain B, and hope that the transaction happens all at once. Otherwise, you're going to have a partial transaction execution, where then you have to go back to chain A and sell that asset you bought on chain A back at hopefully at the price that you bought it at, if you're trying to do an arbitrage there. But and so one of the ideas that this could be implemented in to kind of implement atomic cross-chain transactions was actually proposed by the Tycho team, where they were doing a lot of base rollups, in a sense where if you have a lot of these rollups doing their block building at the layer 1, you can then combine all these different transactions from all these different chains under the layer 1, and then propose that block across these different layer 2s as a way to have these cross-chain transactions that are then atomic. And so if you were to incorporate some sort of way to have atomic cross-chain transactions, you would get a lot of MEV that would otherwise not be unlocked between all of these different chains, and it'd be more than just linear.
While really giving that composable experience feeling like one chain.
We could repeat that last part.
But while giving that composable experience really feeling like one chain thanks to the MEV experience there. D-Mars, what are your thoughts on this?
I do have some thoughts. My two things here. Size, synchrony, antagonism, and Visa. I'll get to both of these. So size, synchrony, antagonism is this idea that Gavin Wood put forth in the Jam paper. I guess it's this new vision for Polkadot. But for me, it really frames how to think about interop. It would be fantastic if all the world servers could all simultaneously, atomically, and synchronously execute with each other. but that's like really hard to do. And so Gavin Wood proposed this framework where it's like, hey, you know, if you're trying to make a coherent statement across two pieces of state, I know this is a little architecture brained. If you're trying to make a coherent statement across two pieces of state, then they need to be closer together. If you're the more state that you're trying to make coherent statements across, the more all of those need to be closer together, and that translates to them basically all running on more infrastructure that's closer to each other. And so you can think of like atomic transactions as being like the ultimate form of a coherent state. It's like you want to make a claim on both pieces of state at the same time. So to me, this really like helps me think about like what are the limits of scaling an interop, and that we can't possibly fit all the world's state into one computer. And then this gets me to like Visa. So it's like ultimately, what are the incentives for doing interop? I think some years ago there was like comments that like, oh, the L2s don't want to interop because, you know, like, hey, set up a highway into my chain, but give me a dirt road out. Like, I don't want my liquidity leaving. And I think Visa has like the most interesting story like that is relevant here in that I'll skip a lot of the details, but there were a lot of banks that want to do business with each other and like doing their own financial rails. And so instead they made a consortium, and this consortium was a non-stock ownership model. And so the idea was that like you all use the same infrastructure, and based on how much flow you bring to the network, that's the proportion of fees that you get actually from the network. And so this is a way to try to make it incentive compatible. So I think probably some progression of these two ideas is like what I find very interesting as an end game for interop.
Interesting. Let's close things out here. One more question. We'll do this round robin style. Sanjan, I'll probably have you start this off. And we've talked about where MEV came from, where it's going. Let's go back to that initial use case of it where it was being used for DeFi swaps. Today we have workloads that look very different. Are we still going in that same direction? What are the changes maybe that we need to make for these non-financial, non-swap use cases?
So I think that the tools are there, right? Like we've been thinking about different kinds of value flows for a while now, right? Like again, I believe in chain sovereignty on the Superchain, and so I am very excited by the plethora of different kinds of use cases that coexist on the Superchain today. And I think we're going to, with OP Enterprise, we're going to, you know, double down on that. We want to bring fintechs, exchanges, financial, like enterprise financial institutions on chain. And I think all of those different businesses are going to want to have their own business models run on chain. And like when I say they're going to have their own business models run on chain, it is going to practically mean that they're going to want to have their own like different types of block building policies, right? And so when I say that the tool is already there, what I mean is like, you know, the DeFi MEV era has given us like engineering primitives, but like the frameworks don't exist, which is like, we need to work together with these businesses to identify how would they want their sequencer, which is an extension of the business itself, to orchestrate this value flow. And again, we've seen a few different ways, like World is doing top of block priority for humans. You know, we're talking to Unichain about, and this is not specifically and directly related to just like transaction ordering, but like we are talking to them about just like warm slots and like SDM, using SDM for that, sequencer defined metering for that. And so I think we're just like going to continue to double down on building a bunch of different frameworks that work well for different kinds of industries that we're about to bring on chain.
Demars, anything you want to add there?
No, not much. I think you nailed it.
Fahim, any last words?
Honestly, that was pretty well covered. The only other thing I'd say is that, I mean, like blockchains and just ordering, like it all generalizes out to more than just finance. Like it's all about just state contention. Whether you have anything with like even video games, for example, where you have multiple people like shooting at each other, like which bullet lands first, that sort of thing. It's just all state contention, and I think it's a really interesting problem to work on.
Yeah, I think how to optimize for contention is really the question. But I think what Sanjana highlighted there about bringing enterprises on chain and having business logic meet their needs, definitely the future direction that we're going in. Fahim, Dimar, Sanjana, thank you for your time today. Thank you for being here. And we'll hand it back from Gloria. Give him a hand.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we're going to have a discussion about moving large amounts of money on chain. This discussion is going to be moderated by my coworker, Eli. Eli is one of our top product leaders at OP Labs. Joining him is going to be Charles St. Louis from the Ethereum Foundation. Charles St. Louis is the DeFi protocol specialist at the Ethereum Foundation. He previously served as the CEO of Element Finance, building fixed yield and borrowing protocols, and earlier worked at DAI and led governance at MakerDAO, with contributions spanning both the application layer and the core protocol coordination. Joining them will also be Doomy from XLayer. Doomy is a senior staff engineer at XLayer, where he's working, where his team is focusing on performance optimization. He has more than 8 years in the industry with research experience in optimization and scaling blockchain systems. Also joining them is going to be Alex Cutler from Verodrome. Alex is the CEO of Dromo Labs. They're core contributing development company behind two of, hold on, I need to turn the page. Two of the world's leading decentralized exchanges, Velodrome on the Optimism Superchain and Aerodrome on Base. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you, Eli. Take us away.
How's it going, everyone? Thanks for joining. So I'd love to get kicked off. We throw around the term institutions a lot. I think a lot of people have different perspectives on what an institution is. Can you give your perspective or thoughts on when we say institution, the types of companies that we're talking about, how they differ from each other, and why it's important that they start coming on chain now? Alex?
Well, I think if we're talking about institutions, right, we're talking about these macro structures that support all of our traditional financial systems, governments, all this sort of stuff. Why is it important that they come on chain? Well, if you think about the global assets that exist in the world, if you think about the scale of that, the size of that, relative to where we are right now as an industry, I think you see that it would represent a massive increase, right? And them coming on chain, I think, also will convey a legitimacy and a validation that this technology is, in fact, better, right? And I think we're seeing this at an insanely accelerated rate. We're seeing things like global FX and payments processing coming on chain, and the fact that we can offer a product and a service that's better than what these institutions can do right now with their millions of dollars, with their hundreds of employees, with global branches and all that sort of stuff. And so for them to come on chain, for them to start building in on-chain ways, to issue new assets on chain, I think will cause this industry to grow by, orders of magnitude.
So you had mentioned payments as one use case, RWAs get thrown around. What do you think the most important use case that we should be focused on for institutions is? Charles?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that gets overlooked is the entry point to all of this, which is payments and proof POS systems. And around over 60% of the GDP of Canada, over 40-something% of the US is small businesses. So I think when small businesses actually get plugged into the financial institutions and they're working together on chain, that's when the real skill starts.
Doomy, curious your perspective on this from the XLayer side?
Sure. I mean, of course, we would want to have as many users on XLayer as possible, right? And I can comment from the engineering perspective. What we are doing in NextLayer is we try to have a very good performance in terms of, for example, transactions per second, but also to like reduce the latency, right? So I think payments is one area where the latency matters, right? So we are focusing on that part. Yeah.
I think it's pretty obvious to us that these new systems are net better than the existing systems. What do you think some of the biggest challenges that have stopped these institutions from already adopting crypto have been?
Well, I think the way things have worked up until today has worked very well for them. And so I see this very much as like this on-chain revolution is really no different than the revolution we saw in early computing and early internet, right? Institutions, traditional businesses, they're slow to move. They don't even know they're being disrupted as it's happening. So I think one thing has just been that it makes sense that they move slow because that's always what happens with incumbents. But of course, the other thing has been legal and regulatory, right? There's been an extraordinary amount of risk in doing anything on-chain. There was a very adversarial relationship in the United States, which prevented many of them. But I think that is one of the points of friction, right, that we're expecting to be removed, especially if we get the market structure bill. And I think what you're seeing right now is on crypto Twitter, you know, even in the last week, the number of job postings for senior hiring, right, totally, in these institutions, for people focused on getting these institutions on chain, it seems like it just exploded, right?
Totally.
Which I assume is in part in anticipation of market structure, but again, it's also a validation that they're beginning to recognize these present either opportunities or threats if they don't respond to them. But one of my observations was that unless they are hiring these people at the C-suite level, I don't think they're moving fast enough. Because you can't slot this in a traditional organization, in a vertical that threatens every other vertical. They need to be up there at the top.
I think everything we've seen from these institutions has been proofs of concept, small research groups, but C-suite executives is signaling a very different sort of perspective and take on where they're going in the near term.
Yeah, just to add on to that, the talent gap is definitely a big issue when it comes to moving faster there, but one area, and it's a little more biased to my recent conversations, but it's around just risk frameworks in general and how we classify assets in DeFi. And if you look at TradFi, there's commodities, equities, bonds, everything, all with their own scoring, all with the exact way to translate it to retail. And I think if we can, in general, DeFi is just one big question mark for most people. So if we can have better risk frameworks, consolidation there, even risk scoring, like AAA bonds style for DeFi, it will go a long way for just onboarding asset managers and then retail and so on. So like, I'd like to see more coordination around that. It's something I'd like to work on as well.
How do you think that starts to interplay with degen activity on chain, sort of like the intersection of TradFi with like this more open, permissionless, decentralized world that we're trying to build?
I mean, I think what we're going to see is an explosion of, you could call them better asset types, or you could just call them more traditional asset types. That would be everything from global stables and this whole FX infrastructure. But I also think it means equities, it means commodities, it means all these things. And now the upside, what makes them better, is these markets are real time. These markets are permissionless. These markets are composable. They are 24/7. They're globally accessible. And for all of these institutions, that presents a massive upside. And this is where the regulation piece comes in right now, because there's been such a struggle, right, to bring some of these RWAs, or traditional asset types, on chain in a way that bootstraps enough liquidity for actually generating usage, right? Because they might need to be in a KYC pool. But who's going to come trade in this KYC pool? Who's going to provide liquidity on it? It's been an issue. Now, if we get more clarity, and I am hopeful here that we will be able to bring, say, a representation of a stock on chain, And it might have things like voting rights. It might be able to register when a split happens. And that you can also take that and deposit it into a lending protocol. You can access that from no matter where you are in the world. It's just going to fundamentally change the game.
So you're effectively able to take all of the legal constructs of TradFi today, bring them on crypto rails that provide a lot of the advantages around composability, 24/7 access, global distribution, and sort of get the best of both worlds in that way?
Yeah, and to your question on how does this intersect with like the degen world, I think we're just talking about the world's best marketplace existing, because you will have everything from the most boring tokenized index fund to meme coins to everything in between, all in one place, real time, globally accessible.
I think one of the biggest challenges that we've heard from institutions that we talk to as they start to come on chain are scaling issues related to liquidity and slippage, and also latency. Dumi, you mentioned latency is one of the things that you all are focused on. Can you say a little bit more about why you think this is so important for these institutions to come on chain?
Well, I mean, I can comment mostly from our perspective, where actually we want to use the pay product on X layer. So for that, we want to have as lower latency as possible. Yeah, and I mean, what we did is basically we are using flash blocks, and with that we reduce like the confirmation time from like right now we have 1 second block time on layer 2, and with flash blocks we reduce the confirmation time to 200 milliseconds. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is from the perspective of performance. Of course, I think liquidity is also something that really matters. Yeah.
Yeah, something I found quite interesting just talking to institutions over the past 6 months is the like block time finality isn't as important, right? Because like you can have the token layer execute as fast as possible, but that's only part of the equation. A big part of it is the finality on the compliance and legal side, which could take hours to days. So for RWAs in general, it's not as big of an input for what they're considering, but for anything that's like high latency, like trading, strategies, MEV, and everything like that, it's super important. But like then again, those are two different audiences, so they might go in different directions.
Can you say more about some of the finality around compliance with RWAs?
I mean, I think it just like replicates what happens in TradFi around like legal contracts, like custody, non-custody, and different things on that requirement list. And it takes time, and it's not rushed, and it will never be rushed. And a lot of it is off-chain. So until you can bring it on-chain, I think maybe it's not as important, but I like to see it move on-chain if possible.
Yeah. In terms of liquidity, how are you guys thinking about this? How are you focused on institutional flows compared to retail flows? How does that differ within Velo and Arrow today? How are you thinking about that going forward?
Yeah, I mean, liquidity is really the thing we have to solve for, right? Because you can have this real-time, globally accessible market, all the transaction times, but if you cannot trade assets in sufficient size, they will not gain adoption. So this is our entire focus. Yeah. And there's a few ways that we're attacking it. One is, so we announced last fall MetaDex 03 and our new DEX, Arrow, which will expand across all of Ethereum. And liquidity up until this point across Ethereum, as it's scaled into these fragmented L2s and all of that, has been very challenging. Challenging from a UX standpoint of, hey, I'm just a user and I want to trade a token. Totally. How do I find it? Do I have to go a bridge? Oh, I didn't bridge gas. Now I got to do that. Which DEX do I use? And that's one thing we're going to solve for. One single UI, UX. You see every single token anywhere on Ethereum, and all of the cross-chain aggregation, all the cross-chain bridging, swapping, all done in one click. So that's one thing we're going to solve on the UX side. But this is also important for asset issuers, right? Whether it's a RWA, whether it's a protocol token, anything like that. It's basically been the case of you have to think about how do I get sufficient liquidity on Base? on Ethereum mainnet, on Arc, on OP mainnet, you know, and that's a very expensive problem. And usually what it ends up doing is you don't really have good liquidity in any particular place. And in having this, it's called meta swaps, and abstracting that away is that I think it's going to be far less important for issuers to worry about necessarily where their token is issued. They need to pick one place that's right for them. And I think for some that'll be like the L1. That'll make sense. Drop it on mainnet. That's where core liquidity lives. For others, it might be like something like Arc or Base. But they can just now focus on scaling their liquidity in that one place. And we will ensure that anyone seeking that liquidity can access it anywhere their origin point is on Ethereum.
So you're effectively allowing asset issuers to consolidate liquidity in one location and export that and make that accessible to token holders on other chains in a way that reduces slippage and makes these markets more efficient.
Exactly. And for the chains themselves, I mean, you guys know this better than anybody. It's like, what does every new L2 in the OP stack have to do, or even Alt L1? Spend a ton of money getting liquidity on Wrapped ETH USDC and a few other core pairs. And they spend money doing that, recreating the same liquidity, rather than investing in what their niche and differentiating sort of thing is. And that's the other thing we'll take the burden off of, because it can just route cross-chain through that core Wrapped ETH pool, and then focus you coming out on, say, a FX pair that only exists on that chain.
Totally. How do you think that this is going to interplay with more of these institutions launching their own L2s over time? Do you expect them to be issuing their custodial assets on an L2 that they're launching, growing it there? How do you think this is going to shake out?
I mean, from my experience, most institutions and fintechs and all the players in that space have really just wanted to control the entry point and the settlement layer. The big problem is actually the middle part of that cookie, and that's DeFi and the app layer. And so I think the bigger problem is, like, how do you actually incentivize these apps and DeFi to come in when you don't have a token? Even if you have a token, it's short term, doesn't last forever, so you have to work through that. And I think the institutions should play to the advantage of distribution. They have access to millions of users. With the entry point and settlement layer, they can attract these DeFi teams by getting users, and that is a symbiotic relationship. So,
Doomy, how are you guys thinking about that at XLayer relationship to the users of OKX and sort of bridging that gap to allow these protocols access to all of OKX's users?
I mean, of course, right, we will want to see the users of the CeFi side joining the XLayer, right? But I mean, it's not so easy to do that. But I mean, from the engineering perspective, right, we are focusing on building the best infrastructure and also trying to bring in more users and also more developers. So I think at OKX we are really, I mean, at least in the DeFi side, right, we are really focusing on open source. And we are contributing a lot to the open source. So actually, you can see that on our GitHub repositories. Yeah, so we are really trying to focus on developers.
Last area I'd love to touch on is trust and safety for these institutions. They are very accustomed to working through many, many highly regulated middlemen, whether it's custodians or clearinghouses. How do you think we can push this farther forward to really ensure that as these institutions come on chain, they're able to transact in a way that meets the trust and safety requirements that they're accustomed to right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think one layer of this is, of course, this is why proliferation of chains that are making different assumptions, right, is very important, right? Because the entry point for some institutions might be a chain like even Alt L1 like Circle's Arc, where they feel like, hey, I don't need to know much about this Ethereum thing. You're coming onto EVM, so we're getting them hooked. But you know they can call Jeremy if there's an issue, right? And that's great. And others will go more to the extreme of trust and safety, and all the stuff for them is going to mean it's actually secure and neutral and all this sort of stuff. But everything else in this line, I think is going to come down to products like in our new AMM. You'll have the option of plugging in any number of different verification stacks, for instance. And right now, we don't really have a definitive verification stack. I think it's still a question of how much liquidity and activity will need to live in those versus not, and that's where the legal and regulatory piece will come in. But it's important that the technology sort of meets each institution where they are, because I think the overall trajectory will be towards this permissionless, neutral world, but we need to meet them where they are.
Very much meeting them with all their compliance regulatory obligations today, and slowly but surely, step by step, helping them understand the benefits of fully permissionless systems.
Yeah, I think they can pretty much replicate everything that they want that they have in TradFi. So the bigger issue is just the education and strengthening of security on the on-chain side. So that's like reducing any vulnerabilities, not just smart contract risk, but like runtime enforcement risk. So like there's projects that are actually trying to do a lot of these security checks at the chain level. And I think if you can actually do that and remove it from entering the block space, it actually gives a lot more trust in the whole system. So once you have like security that is more baseline there, they won't worry as much as the smart contract risk, which is a huge question mark for them as well. So I think it's spending more time on that than the actual stuff that they can already just replicate pretty easily.
Awesome. I think we are just about out of time. Thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you.
If John Morrow can come to the stage and see Gloria in the pretty red dress, that would be great. Okay, we're gonna get going with the next panel. All right. So we've talked about throughput and MEV and moving size and security, and now we're getting to talk about enterprises and growth that actually sticks. Okay, I just have one question. If you're going to talk or want to extend your conversation, like please feel free to go outside and chat or to go out to the Rook and chat. But if you want to join the conversation that's happening in the room here, we're going to be talking about driving on-chain growth. All right. Moderating is Erin Kelly. She's the Senior Director of Partnerships at OP Labs. She's joined by John Morrow of Gauntlet. John is the COO and the co-founder of Gauntlet. He previously worked at Microsoft and Goldman Sachs. They're joined by NK Yoon of Startel. NK is a VP of Growth at Startel Group, leading business development and growth at Sonium, Startel Up, and Startel Up. Okay. A fully regulated, as well as JPYSC, a fully regulated JPY stablecoin that is co-developed with SBI Group. They're also joined by Nick Sotomoro of Kraken. 6 years professional crypto experience at the former global head of growth at Binance, the head of marketing at Magic Eden, and the VP of marketing at Figure. Aaron, the stage is yours. Oh, and I think you need this mic.
Is this one mine?
Yep.
All right. Oh yeah, come on up. Y'all got your mics. All right. Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming in. Cool. Well, we'll kick it off just with, I think, a question for everybody. You've all run different growth campaigns that brought serious amounts of capital on chain. Without naming any specific numbers, what is the pattern? Like when you look back at campaigns that actually were sticky and moved the needle, what separated those?
I'll just go in row order here.
Any
Okay.
order, popcorn.
I think it actually had very little to do with the campaign or how it was orchestrated. I think one thing you see across all successful liquidity mining campaigns is that they had a good product. And I think a lot of times people will either, basically start these campaigns too early before they really have product market fit, and they basically misdirect them. But the ones that have gone well are when people, hey, they know they have a good product, they know what what use case users are most interested in using it for, and then they use these incentives to get over these cold start problems that many marketplaces and two-sided platforms run into. So it's product quality is the one thing I think is really is what you see across all successful campaigns.
Do you think there's some experimentation that happens there that's needed, or is it like, hey, once you have PMF, your campaigns are going to stick?
As someone who's thought they had PMF when they didn't a few times in their life, there is like an epistemological concern there where, knowing you have PMF is a determination you make, not something you discover. So, you got to be careful there. But I think a lot of times you'll know that when you start spending money on growth and you see users sticking around, then you have the right hypothesis of what your product should do and how it should help people.
Nick, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. Incentives are great for getting people in the door. They're great for showcasing your product. I mean, everybody loves free shit, right? But if you're not looking under the hood, if you're not looking at what's happening like organically or at least somewhat segmented away from those incentives, you don't know if you've hit product market fit or not. And when those incentives run out, and they will run out, what's left, right? When the tide rolls out, who's still kind of waiting by their knees, that kind of thing. And ultimately, I think the big thing is, are you solving somebody's problem or not? And if you are, the incentives will leave and people will just stay because you're actually solving their problem, right? So that's the number one thing is get people in the door, make sure you're still solving their problem. And if you're not ready to bring people in the door and solve their problems, then wait. It's okay, right? You probably only have one opportunity to use incentives in a Web3 setting.
NK, any lessons from the Sonium side?
We have experienced that institutional liquidity is a lot less sticky compared with the retail liquidity. So if we were to launch another cohort of the campaign for the liquidity bootstrap, we will be focusing how do we deliver the message of liquidity campaign is happening in our ecosystem to the retail community. And another thing that is important is about the utility or yield generation of the liquidity within the ecosystem. There are clear success cases such as certain AMMs and also the money market protocol that finds a different risk appetite of the investors who want to deposit their liquidity in those cases. Even after the ecosystem-wide liquidity incentive, those liquidity remain to be sticky within the ecosystem. So I would say retail liquidity and also finding a right level of the risk appetite for each of the protocol for those retail liquidity is crucial to have a sticky liquidity in the ecosystem.
Yeah, so solving the right problem for the right user with the right risk appetite in there. Nick, one for you. So Inc. is reporting 80% plus user retention, which is, I think, uncommon in an industry where we know capital is mercenary and people move on quickly. What are you doing differently to keep people engaged after those incentive ends?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what we're doing too is, I think, somewhat unique in the space because we do have Kraken as a partner, right? Inc. and Kraken are partnering together. And so what are we using Inc. for? What are we using the DeFi mullet for? We're solving people's problems, and we're giving them access to yield and opportunities on a centralized exchange space that they can't get or are too afraid to go get in DeFi themselves. And so what ends up happening is people are using a product like DeFi Earn. We're eventually going to launch a DeFi Borrow product where, if you have like Bitcoin assets or X stocks and you want to borrow stables against them, you'll be able to do that as well through Tidro, which is our Aave white label on Inc. And so I think a lot of that is they sometimes don't even realize they're using DeFi. And because they don't even realize they're using DeFi, we're solving their problems for them, and they're not even aware of what's happening under the hood. And I think that obfuscation layer really helps a lot.
Yeah, I think your users might maybe be a little bit more crypto native coming from the Kraken side. And Sonium is really trying to onboard mainstream entertainment audience and users, people who've maybe never even used a wallet before. What does a growth campaign look like when your target user doesn't even know what a blockchain is? Do they even need to?
Yes, I think there are a couple of the important things when you are trying to onboard the user base that we are currently targeting, which is completely different with what other blockchains are normally targeting. Number one is the user experience. We have launched an application named Startel app, which is ecosystem-wide global wallet for the Sonium ecosystem, fully enabled by the account abstraction. So this is a Web2-like the user experience from the onboarding experiences. And because of this reason, users do not realize whether it's a blockchain or crypto. Of course, from the normal crypto-native perspectives, it might be not actually a good thing that people are not realizing this is a blockchain. But also at the same time, for us to onboard the user base of the Sonium, it was crucial for us to provide the Web2-like user experiences. And second thing is about the use cases or utility that the blockchain can deliver. If we look into the space, most of the focuses are heavily on the DeFi use cases, especially either it's earning or the trading, which is of course cool for the crypto native person like myself, but also at the same time, this is only suitable for the small number of the people in the globe of the entire population. Therefore, we are trying to provide an infrastructure and applications that are providing a good utility for the user base and also the creators of the entertainment ecosystem, who'd be able to tap into the global audiences that Sonium currently has and also the broader Sony ecosystem currently has, which is a value proposition that Sonium tries to provide. So focusing on those user experiences and providing a clear utility or use case are important when we design our campaigns.
John, you're probably the total opposite end of that spectrum, running a DeFi protocol. What are you thinking about? And especially we have, two specific chain operators, whereas Gauntlet's across, at least a dozen chains? Like, are you thinking about things differently for different ecosystems, or what's top of mind?
Yeah, I think when you're multi-ecosystem, I think you just got to figure out how to time your efforts with the ecosystem's efforts. If that gets out of sync, then, they'll be doing liquidity campaigns or something like that, like right before you launch a new product. And like a lot of times you want to align those things. So I think it's just like, staying in close contact with all the different places where you're active and trying to coordinate your efforts, because the best or the it's back. The most successful growth campaigns are going to involve both the protocol in which people are, or especially within DeFi at the very least, it's going to involve the protocol in which people are actually depositing and making money, as well as the underlying ecosystem. So yeah, it's aligning those efforts is always something you want to keep in mind.
Do you feel like you guys have insights from working across these ecosystems that you kind of push out of like, hey, we think this has worked? Or are you more taking direction of like, different ecosystems maybe require different things? We're going to stay in line with what you guys are working on?
Gauntlet, there's no shortage of strong opinions about what not to do when running a liquidity mining campaign. But yeah, I just think for the most part, working with partners, we're always willing to lend the expertise that we have, if you'll call it that. And a lot of times it's just, hey, do we have the right focus? Are we sort of sequencing things correctly? And, hey, are we in a real position to attract sticky liquidity or, capital that's really going to stick around?
So, when we're talking about growth, we're often talking about users and liquidity. These are things that we've touched on. But what about driving developer growth and developer acquisition? Like, how does that play into things? Nick, Kraken, you guys have already solved for part of that.
Yeah, having Kraken really helps. But then the message that comes from having Kraken helps. If you are attached to a distribution partner, like Kraken and Inc. essentially are attached to the hip, that means liquidity and users are going to naturally flow to you on Inc. I think that's the same thing with Base. I think that's the same thing with Robinhood chain that's about to launch. Maybe Revolut launches a chain one day. And so these distribution partner chains, I think, are going to have, I don't want to say an unfair advantage, but they're going to have a baked-in value prop about why you should build on Inc. If you're building something really cool and you just need some network effect, you just need some liquidity, you just need some users to get it going, if you have a distribution partner, that's going to be much easier to kickstart that, right? And maybe you don't need as much of an incentive, a token to jumpstart you. Maybe that'll mask a little bit of product market friction to start, something like that. So any developers in the crowd, come reach out and come build on Inc.
So I think, we've touched on a little bit of when things are going well, what to do, but I think, John, back to you. Gauntlet has seen data across a lot of these, so what are the ways when things go wrong? What are the ways that you shouldn't run a liquidity campaign?
So I can come out and first wholeheartedly deny that any of the companies that have ever worked with Gauntlet on their liquidity mining campaigns I can say they've made no mistakes. But
flawless execution all around.
But that being said, lots of people have run liquidity minings without us, however ill-advised that liquidity mining campaigns without us, however ill-advised that may be. But what are the things that people have done wrong? I think going too early. I think another thing too is actually turning on incentives too high, because you get this thing where you can imagine a lot of times when people are also trying to solve cold start problems, I don't know, with a DoorDash or something, they'll say, hey, we'll get you $5 off your burrito or something to increase volume so that drivers are kept busy and things like that. But you realize what's happening a lot in DeFi is not hey, we'll give you a discount on your burrito. It's we will pay you to eat a burrito. And I think when you realize you're doing it, hey, you have to pay people, right? People have opportunity cost, right? So you have to be competitive. But you got to remember what you're doing is a really strong incentive. And you're going to bring all sorts of people that are just not interested in what you're doing long term. And so, yeah, tuning incentives to the right level, understanding user elasticities, and those elasticities for the right types of users that actually care about your product, that's what's going to allow you to be successful over time. So I think people really do forget how strong of an incentive it is when you're just paying people to keep your money in something. And a lot of times it can really muffle the signal you get from your users on what they actually want and what's going to work long term. So
are you buying burritos for all of us after this?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll back, yeah.
NK, you were nodding your head there a little bit, any kind of things that you, maybe not from your experience or things that you've seen that you would also be hesitant to do again or want people to avoid?
We think it's better not to focus too much on the short-term on-chain metrics, the numbers that appear on the dashboard, like the L2 bit or DeFi Llama, for example. We also had a similar mistake in the beginning of the launch phase where we wanted to impress the industry that Sony is coming on chain, Sony is making a Web3 ecosystem. And we tried to win everything from the DeFi, consumer, entertainment, every use case that we tried to win. But the reality is that each of the chain has its own moat and its purpose or reason for the existence. So if we were to start it from the all over again, which we are now trying to do this for this year, we are now focusing on why Sony Group needs to build a blockchain or Web3 ecosystem and what kind of value proposition that we can provide for the creators or entertainment companies. So for the growth side, rather than chasing the metrics that are considered as a growth metrics for the Web3 native industry, it is important to set your own growth goal and also determine the growth path based on your own goal and your moat, your purpose of the blockchain while you are building that.
Nick, anything to avoid, or do you think you covered it?
No, I think they covered it at that point. It's I think we're coming to a world where incentives are going to be hard to come by to begin with, and I think we're going to look back at this time as a deviation from how you grow a business. How often do you get to just create tokens out of thin air, which all of a sudden are worth $200 or $300 million, and you could pay people to come try out your product? Most of the time, you're raising a small round. If it's a few $1,000,000, you have to pay your employees. How are you able to incentivize users at that point, right? And so I think as long as the getting's good, keep trying to incentivize people to get them in the door. But it won't be like that forever. And it really is about getting back to basics and getting back to growth tactics that revolve around product first.
Yeah, I think that gets to a good point, which a lot of the panels today have touched on, is getting to a point of maturity and talking about building for enterprises and building real businesses. Do you guys think that the lessons learned from growth campaigns for maybe crypto native users, is that going to translate as we get more into Web 2 and mainstream?
I don't think it will, to be honest. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. The way I look at it is kind of what Kalshi and Polymarket are doing today. No tokens, no incentives. They're just going right to Web 2 tactics with some very expensive commercials and high quality commercials on mainstream channels like live events, sports, that kind of stuff. So the second that they decided that they weren't going the token and incentivization route, and maybe they drop one still at some point to reward loyalty or early adopters, even though I don't think they need to at this point. They are already engaged in classic Web 2 tactics that started when the commercial started, when TV kind of started in what, the 30s or 40s or whatever it was. And so Web 2 tactics, I think, are going to be really important moving forward. They probably will stop being called Web 2 tactics, and they'll be called marketing again at some point, whenever the incentives dry up.
I'll take the other side of that a little bit. I still think that distributing ownership to your users is a key innovation of DeFi and crypto. It is just so cool that when you're starting a new product, and a product that has a community of users, that you can kind of give them ownership in it and give them ownership over it easily without having them having to sign like, an NSO grant or something like that, which would be really hard to do at scale. But yeah, to the other points made on the panel, like just the unending retail demand to buy these tokens really inflated the market in a way that like really got token incentives away from what I think could be successful long term, which is, hey, I'm giving ownership to the people that are helping me build this protocol, this community, et cetera. And then it got just into something where, hey, we're just going to actually just distribute incentives really quickly. People will dump them on retail, and hopefully eventually we'll figure it all out before retail gets hosed, which rarely happened. Like, that was not working. And so I will totally concede that that's just not going to continue. But I do think there was something really cool about distributing ownership to users. And it did make me smile when Uniswap gave me a bunch of Uniswap tokens on their airdrop, because I'd been, toiling away using Uniswap when they had a broken user interface back in 2020 and things, or 2019 and things like that. So anyway, I still think it's a cool thing that we got to figure out as a space.
Yeah, take the nuggets of what worked and, trash the rest. All right, I think we got to wrap up, but any last words of wisdom from the panelists for this audience of builders who are probably trying to grow their own protocols or ecosystems?
Incentive does not create the product market fit, but incentive exists in the both Web 2 and Web 3. And the only difference between crypto and the traditional industry is whether you are able to provide a stake of the protocol to the users. And that's the power of the token that we still believe. However, I think the industry has been too immersed in about the tokenomics or design of the incentive rather than thinking about the creating an application that actually has a market fit. So this is actually advice to ourselves. Sony this year commits to find the entertainment use cases that does have a product market fit, and also leveraging the token to get the right people incentivized to have their skin in the game.
All right.
That's it.
Final words. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next session. The next session is designing on-chain experience for enterprise adoption. Moderating is Aleem. Aleem leads DeFi partnerships at OP Labs and is focused on growing the DeFi ecosystem at Optimism. He's joined by Money Supply. He's the head of strategy at Spark. Parker Lewis from Layer Zero. Leland Lee from Succinct. And Luke Schimmel from Morpho. Aleem, I'm looking forward to this discussion. Come on and take the stage.
All right. Okay, we were actually going to do some quick introductions, but our lovely Gloria did them for us. So I think we're going to jump right into it. And I wanted to set the context and provide a bit of background on what we're going to be talking about today. So as we know, enterprise adoption of blockchain tech is finally moving past, the pilot stage. We're crossing this critical threshold now. Enterprises, financial institutions are quickly deploying, new products, new assets on chain, and bringing capital on chain, and really serving like real customers on chain. But going on chain at enterprise scale means we kind of have to reconcile the traditional operational rigor. So think compliance, think risk. Think operational SLAs with the unique properties of decentralized systems. So that's precisely what we want to unpack today in this discussion. And over the next 20 to 25 minutes, we're going to talk about a few different themes, including privacy, security, compliance, liquidity, risk, interop. And we're going to try to package all of that up into 4 very, very meaty questions for these amazing panelists. We'll try to wrap that all up in about 20 to 25 minutes. Since we've already done introductions, we don't need to do that. We can skip that. We're going to jump right into the first question, which is really focused around privacy-preserving compliance. So Leland, Succinct shipped private proving late last year. Luke, MorphoVault's V2 let operators kind of encode KYC and whitelisting, directly on chain as gate contracts. The question I have for you guys to kick it off is, what enterprise privacy requirements are absolutely non-negotiable today? And what's the gap that you've seen firsthand between what privacy capabilities are available today and what a compliance officer at one of these large enterprises will actually sign off on? So Leland, let's kick it off with yourself, and then Luke, I'd love to hear your thoughts as well.
Perfect. So I'm Leland from Succinct. We've developed something called SP1, which is ZKVM, and the brief summary is like building privacy applications several years ago was very, very difficult. You'd had to have a PhD and write very hard code. But now ZKVMs, think of it as like vibe coding, but for privacy. So it's now the universe of people who can build private applications is much larger. So let me walk you through a private application that we've actually developed recently with one of our partner companies. So there are many protocols similar to Athena, which are asset-backed stablecoins. There's sort of a really big, trust me, bro, trust me that we have the collateral in some bank or on some exchange. And oftentimes you'll have a privileged party who will provide proof of reserves, and they'll be able to like look at these read-only APIs, and you trust Chainlink, you trust certain actors to accurately report this information. But ideally, we want to live in a system where we don't need to trust intermediaries to report their balances. So what we've done is by using a ZKVM, we can have provable proof of reserves where we can algorithmically read someone's APIs, compute the balances of their account, and say either yes or no, like this account actually has $100. And it's not, we don't need to trust like a random third party, which is very exciting.
Luke from Morpho here. Morpho is a modular lending protocol, roughly $10 billion of deposits. We are very focused on enterprises and institutions. We have, I think, 40 plus enterprise integrations today, including powering all of the borrow lend across the Coinbase retail app, which we call the most high-profile DeFi mullet integration today. When it comes to requirements around privacy and compliance, I have a sort of mental model for what type of enterprise that I'm speaking with. So if you think of 4 quadrants, where on the x-axis you have a spectrum of crypto nativeness, and on the y-axis you have a spectrum of non-financial corporate on one end and regulated financial entity on the other. Those are sort of the 4 boxes that I'm looking at. So you have crypto native financial institutions. In that box, think about like OTC desks, market makers, funds, family offices, prime brokerages. You have crypto native enterprises, which I would think of as exchanges and wallets. And then you have the non-crypto native versions of those things. So non-crypto native enterprises being fintechs, Web2 consumer apps, these types of people, Robinhood, et cetera. And then you would have like non-crypto native regulated financial entities, asset managers, banks, the big boys. And so depending on who you're looking at, you're going to have different requirements around privacy and compliance. I would say the crypto natives historically have not really had a ton of requirements around, especially privacy. Crypto natives are pretty, at the crypto native enterprise level, wallets and exchanges, they're basically happy to show all this stuff on chain. Crypto native financial institutions are pretty savvy and can sort of spin up fresh wallets and work around privacy as it exists today pretty well. And then the non-crypto native enterprises maybe care a little bit about privacy, but they care a lot about compliance and making sure that they can adequately KYC users and be basically following the rules in whatever regulatory jurisdiction they're in. And then the financial institutions, they care a lot about that, and they also care a lot about privacy. But it just so happens they're not really that active on chain today, so that privacy problem is like just starting to come up and come to the fore, and it's something that we're actually very focused on for 2026. So not solved yet, but becoming topical.
I'll just pop in a little bit. So at Spark, we've been recently growing a lot of institutional lending activity with some of the more kind of like crypto native financial institutions, big like lending desks, stuff of this nature. And so far we've been doing most of this via custodians, so off-chain lending. One of the big drivers, I think, is that there's a strong preference for people not to have to telegraph their positions to the whole world. So I'm excited for, hopefully later this year, sometime soon, we'll be able to take more of this lending volume into, DeFi protocols like Morpho if it has adequate privacy for these institutions.
It's great to hear. I think that's privacy is definitely top of mind, for enterprises and institutions, and I think it's becoming even more of an imperative for organizations like the EF and DeFi natives that have been in the space for a long time as well. So. Monet, we're going to stick with you on this next one. So we're starting to hear enterprise grade often in this space. I think it's a really good thing. It's a sign that we're kind of on this maturity curve. But enterprises typically mean something different when it comes to enterprise grade. Their definition. Auditable, recoverable, insurable, and then bounded risk. So with that as kind of the context, Monet, a ton of risk work across a number of DeFi protocols, giving you kind of a cross-protocol view of where the real friction lives. And then Parker Layer Zero's configurable security model is itself kind of a direct answer at the infrastructure layer. So this is a little bit of a loaded question, but I'm really interested to hear your thoughts here. What does a credible enterprise risk framework for on-chain products actually look like in practice? And what would it take to establish that as an industry standard so that we don't actually have something where enterprises have to go out and figure it out for themselves? We have a standard in place. So Monet, why don't you kick it off, and then Parker, I'd love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, so the approach we've been taking at Spark recently is kind of two prongs. So firstly, you take DeFi, it has its own risk considerations that you have to be really adjusting your approach to meet the needs of the DeFi space in particular, but you can still do a lot better of a job of describing your risk management in a way that's digestible to institutions. So as an example, in the Sky ecosystem, we've been kind of rebuilding our risk framework in terms of capital requirements, risk-weighted assets, liquidity requirements, all the sort of the frameworks that exist in banking today. So this is like a lot more understandable when we try and pitch to traditional capital allocators. It's speaking their language, and I think that's a big help. The other prong is we want to get third-party kind of objective risk raters, risk like analysts involved. We're obviously trying to do as good of a job as we can at risk management internally, but for it to be really credible for third parties and also kind of comparable across different platforms, I think you need these credible third parties. So, we're working with some DeFi native folks, people like Credora, but also traditional ratings agencies like S&P. And I think that'll actually help with standardization quite a bit too. If we're all kind of having to pitch to the same sort of set of like neutral agencies, I think that'll be a big help.
Yeah, I think from the Layer 0 side, you'll hear us talk a lot about application-owned security. And that really permutates across the entire stack of setting up an omni-chain token or app with Layer 0. Starting with the actual token contracts themselves, these are always owned by the team. So, changing security configuration, adding or deprecating new chains, these are not things that flow through Layer 0 as an entity. These are things that flow through, EtherFi, Athena, et cetera. I think probably the most interesting aspect of our application-owned security are these permissionless interchain validators that stream in messages, whether you're bridging a token or utilizing an omni-chain app, from one chain and send them through to another chain called DVNs, or decentralized verifier networks. There are a bunch of sort of extra context modules that you can add to these DVNs. We have one run by Canary, for example, that does all of their off-chain execution in a TEE. So just adding another layer of kind of security there. You can also add all sorts of different compliance or watchdog modules. We actually just announced today that we're working with Fidelity on a DVN that they launched, and there's a ton of added functionality there to give them the ability to patrol malicious transactions or actors on the chains or with the assets that they're working with. And the last thing, I guess, is that within the ecosystem of these apps and tokens and DVNs, everything is usable by everyone. So if I launch Parker Coin today, and I need to find 3 DVNs to verify those messages between chains, I can use Fidelity's DVN, I can use BitGo's, Tether's, etc. None of that is sort of precipitated on my pre-existing knowledge of acting on chain, even though I can spin one up myself if I want.
Great. I'm going to jump right into the next question because I know we're a little bit probably going to be running short on time. This one's going to be a little bit more tactical. And this is something that even at Optimism, we've seen firsthand through our discovery with enterprises, institutions, around the 7-day challenge window. So the 7-day optimistic roll-up challenge window is often seen as a non-starter for institutional capital, specifically when we're looking to move capital from L2 back to L1. So custody providers can't lock up funds for a week. Market makers need cross-position efficiency, and treasury teams need to move at the speed of TradFi. So Lalonde, OP Succinct will soon be live on OP Mainnet. I think we just announced that recently. And also on other OP chains following suit. Luke, Morpho is deployed across a number of OP chains, including Base, Unichain, and OP Mainnet. where Coinbase and Societe Generale they're already moving kind of institutional capital today. So the question I have for you guys is, how are enterprises actually navigating the L2 to L1 friction right now? And what's like an honest timeline for ZK finality to become the default rather than the exception? So Leland, why don't we kick it off with you?
Yeah, so today, if you want to bridge from L1 to L2, there's roughly two methods of doing this. One is using the canonical bridge, which has a 7-day withdrawal period, or you can use something similar to like layer 0, which is instantaneous but has different risk assumptions or trust assumptions. However, we've built technology that has enabled 1-hour finality. And so instead of having a fault-proof game, we have something called zero-knowledge proofs, and we prove the execution of the entire blockchain in under 1 hour, which means you can bridge from L1 to L2, and then L2 back to L1 in under an hour. And this really is a game changer for many institutions and users, because when you can bridge back immediately without having to use third parties, you don't need to pay any fees. And maybe even more importantly, inventory management is a really big issue. For example, on Base, you can bridge ETH, you can deposit Base ETH into Coinbase and then withdraw directly into L1. So from the user perspective, this is really excellent, but from Base's perspective, it's like, oh no, we now need to manage this huge pool of ETH. How do we determine how much to have in our hot wallet? Managing it's all of a headache. However, if you become a ZK rollup and use Optimism, like this becomes a non-starter or becomes a non-issue anymore. And so we've realized like institutions today are very excited about using this technology, and we've seen already like plenty of adoption. For example, Bybit, Mantle, which is Bybit's L2, uses our technology, the same as Katana from Polygon and Celo, and soon, hopefully, the OP stack.
I actually just had a quick question. I mean, like, what's the timeline for us getting to as close to real time as possible? It sounds like it's under an hour today. When do you think that'll actually happen?
Proving, or I guess finality is always a trade-off between how much you're willing to spend on GPUs. And so we've realized an hour today is like the optimal balance between cost and efficiency. However, in internal tests, we can get times under like minutes or like several minutes if desired, but the cost is kind of exponential for now.
Luke, love to hear from you.
Yeah, I can give a less technical, more commercial perspective from like the lending market point of view. DeFi lending markets, I would say, are a bit imbalanced in the sense that borrowers are pretty concentrated, and actually a lot of the biggest borrowers in DeFi today are institutions, while the lender side is a bit more crowdsourced and distributed, which kind of makes sense intuitively. And prior to Morpho, I spent a few years at Maple Finance between 2022 and 2025, and during that period, we issued several $1 billion worth of loans, and they were all issued on ETH-L1. But over that time, we started to tap into liquidity from different L2s as these ecosystems grew, and they got more distribution, they grew more users. And this is something that we're thinking about at Morpho as well, where we're seeing decent adoption and lenders coming on to these L2s, but it's still a bit tricky for borrowers to come in and actually take that liquidity. And a lot of it is because of the bridging issue and the friction there. Historically, bridging has been a very dirty word for institutions in the space. And if you think about it from like a practical perspective, a lot of borrowers they're drawing down liquidity in stable coins, and then they're basically porting the proceeds of that loan onto a centralized exchange or wherever else, right? So they need to know that in volatile markets, they can basically bridge that liquidity back and top up their collateral or repay their loan if necessary, or else they're at a severe risk of being liquidated. And so that has been like a point of friction for a number of years now that I think we're finally starting to approach a solution and a resolution to.
And just on bridging, I think you mentioned institutions kind of see it as a little bit of a dirty word. I think if you don't have a canonical bridge, especially if the assets are bridged across multiple chains without a canonical bridge, like USDC's got the cross-chain transfer protocol, and there's many others. the risk kind of compounds, and that's definitely something that's top of mind. Parker, did you want to chime in on that, or anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think I largely agree with what Luke just said. I think it's a bit of an iterative process, right? Where like going back to Luke's 4 quadrants of actors in DeFi, some of these people have a lot of experience building things on chain, and they're comfortable with the security risks and the assumptions that you have to make. Others are on the complete other side of the spectrum, right? Where like it's almost 80% education and enablement and sort of walking non-crypto native people through these very, very specific concepts that only exist in this world, and getting them to a point where they're actually comfortable with at least understanding some of those risks, if not outright assuming them, right? And so I think what we've seen is that that education process, especially when you get into the sort of financial institution side of the world, is it really it's worth its weight in gold, and it's very important to actually bringing the next wave of capital on chain.
I think that's a really important point. I think, collectively we all hold this responsibility to onboard institutions, and we know the sales cycle, tends to be very long, right? 6 to 12 months plus, and a lot of it is front loading with education. And I think we've seen that firsthand, and I'm sure all of you guys have seen that firsthand as well. Okay, last question, which is going to touch a little bit more. We're going to double click on the DeFi mullet a little bit more, and here's like the kind of the backdrop. Picture this as a near-term endgame. You've got a fintech's earn product, which shows a single abstracted USD balance. Under the hood, you've got an AI agent that's allocating those balances across multiple stablecoins, multiple DeFi protocols, multiple chains. And it's optimizing for the best risk-adjusted yields within pre-configured risk policies that have been set. So with that as kind of the backdrop, Luke, Morpho's trailblazed the DeFi mullet. You mentioned this, fintech in the front, DeFi in the back with Coinbase, Gemini, Ledger, Bitpanda, and I think just today was announced Taurus. So over $1 billion originated in Coinbase loans alone. Monet, Spark's liquidity layer draws on skies over $6 billion in stablecoin reserves and routes capital across chains and protocols, and actually provides, I think, over 80% of the USDC supply that's powering those Coinbase loans on Morpho today. And Parker Ovolt's let a single vault pull deposits from dozens of chains, exactly the kind of infra that AI-driven yield routing models needs. So this could be a little bit of a spicy question, maybe not. But the question is, should DeFi protocols own the front-end experience or be pure infra? Like, is that the right model? And does the answer change as AI agents become more pervasive across DeFi and become the primary interface for the movement of this capital and the investment of this capital on chain? So let's start with Monet, and then I'd love to hear from Parker. Well, actually, let's start with Luke. Love to hear from Monet and Parker after that.
Yeah, so from the Morpho side, we are not very shy about our stance on this question. Morpho is really meant to be infrastructure that is powering the back end for all of the people who already have great distribution and already own their end customer. And so like I mentioned earlier, we already have 40 plus integrations with enterprises and institutions where Morpho is basically just plugging in as back office, middle office, execution infrastructure for lending. I suppose the caveat that I would add in here is at sort of like the current stage of DeFi and the maturity level of DeFi today, the Morpho front end is actually like extremely important in my eyes. I was looking at this recently, and don't quote me on it because I didn't brush up on the numbers, but I think it's something like we're averaging probably $3 billion of gross volumes that are going through the Morpho front end specifically on any given month, which is a material amount of capital that's flowing through a DeFi front end. And so I don't think that can be discounted in the short term, but of course over the longer term, this stuff is just going to be obfuscated away from the end user, and and just really be infrastructure at the end of the day. I think like the AI agent point is exactly right. And indeed, like a lot of institutions who are savvy on DeFi today are not necessarily using the front end. They're already interacting directly with the smart contracts. They have their own front end that they've built, right? They have their own stack. So it's like that is sort of the mega trend, but the front end is still very important today.
Yeah, I think broadly I agree with that. I personally have been surprised. At Spark, I would say most of our business is from today. It's from large crypto native institutions, and these are people operating at 9, 10-figure scale. I would expect them to have these sort of technical competency to just be crafting transactions with raw data, and then they just submit it through their node and blah, blah, blah. Generally, that's not the case. They still are really relying on our front end to do these major transactions that they're executing all the time. So I think for where we are today, the front end is non-negotiable, and as good of a user experience as you can provide with that is really important. And then what I'm hoping we can achieve with Spark, and I think Morpho's done a great job of this, I think a lot of people are working on this, is when you're leveraging fintech partners or banks distribution, you still want to kind of Trojan horse your brand into the end user relationship so that they know what's the infrastructure they're relying on. They can start to feel that level of like comfort that okay, I'm working with this fintech platform or with Coinbase, but my money is in this underlying protocol, and I think that helps you build brand equity and kind of make the most out of that distribution relationship.
For layer 0, I would say that abstraction is for sure one of our main sort of guiding principles. I think you can break that down into 2 categories, into abstraction for developers and abstraction for users. I think on the developer side, a lot of the tech that we have, these composed flows, so Liam mentioned O-vaults. For those who are lucky enough to have not been ranted at me about O-vaults, or by me about O-vaults, it's essentially an adapter that you can attach to a 4626 contract and use layer 0 powered flow essentially to extend deposits into and redemptions out of that contract to our set of 160 chains that layer 0 is live on. And that, we've worked with a ton of people who actually use Morpho's infrastructure for that. We're working with Aleem on some of these for OP. And what we've seen is that it takes something in deploying an omni-chain 4626 vault that, even 6 months ago was something that could, in a lighthearted way, be described as a developmental nightmare. And it turns it into something that has a prepackaged set of instructions. And I think on the user side, what we found is that there are people, especially on the asset issuer side, who are completely fine with having a token listed on Stargate, or even building a custom front end and having their bridging function happen there. But on the enterprise side, and with like these bigger sort of banks and financial institutions specifically, what we've seen is that they want full control over the entire stack, right? So whether that's API powered, whether that's something that they build in-house that can actually call the send and receive functions on contracts themselves. It goes back to what I said earlier about this being an iterative process, and I think the biggest thing for us is working specifically with these institutions and partners that we have to kind of bring them the highest level of comfort in designing these things. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I would say abstraction for sure.
Great insights, guys. Thank you. Okay, we're going to wrap up. I think we got 1 or 2 more minutes left. I'd love to hear, maybe starting with Leland, give me like 10 seconds, 1 sentence or 2 max on what do you think is going to be the biggest unlock for enterprises coming on chain and engaging more, whether it's with privacy solutions or DeFi mullets or just generally bringing capital products and moving their customer bases on chain. Give me a 1 or 2 liner. What's one of the biggest unlocks you think that'll take place in 2026 that'll do that?
Can we reverse the order, please?
Sure.
I can start. I would say it's actually nothing native to DeFi itself. I think the biggest unlock is just regulatory clarity. A lot of the people we talk to have been ready to build in this space for years, and now finally are getting the signal and ramping up hiring that they kind of need to get this stuff done.
Yeah, same. We need some clarity on the Clarity Act here.
I would say the thing that I'm most excited about is capital efficiency. You should be able to, wherever your positions are, whether it's across various L2s or centralized exchanges, you should be able to just have all of those counted together when you're margining. So that's something we're focused on at Spark this year.
I think from our perspective, it's merely a matter of time. Like you see this slow momentum building up, and I think we're at that point where everything's going to on-chain.
My 2 cents, I think, one thing I've been looking forward to is just under-collateralized loans. I mean, I think that's having over-collateralized loans, which is something that's very common in DeFi, creates a lot of capital inefficiency. So as we get more on-chain credit ratings and more, analytics tooling around tracking a user's behavior on-chain to actually ascertain whether or not they're credit-worthy, I think could be a pretty big unlock. But there's tons of things I'm sure we can chime on. But we'll cap it off there. I want to give these panelists a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your time and for being here today, and for your partnership as well. We'll hand it back to Gloria. Thank you.
All right. Let me just confirm that we're back live. Perfect. All right, so we're going to move on to the next panel. This next panel is a security chat between Alchemy and Base and our own Optimism. It's going to be moderated by Ben Jones, our co-founder at Optimism. He is going to be joined by Guillaume from Alchemy. Guillaume is the CTO of Alchemy, where he leads Alchemy's developer products, helping fintechs and global enterprise integrate blockchain payments at scale. As Stripe's former head of crypto engineering, he brings deep experience connecting traditional payment systems with Web3 infrastructure. Guillaume holds a Master's of Science in Computer Science from Stanford University. Also joining Ben and Guillaume is going to be Opal Graham from Base. Opal has a PhD in mathematics with a concentration in projective and hyperbolic geometry. And she was formerly a mathematics professor before changing focus to a career in blockchain security, where she enjoys applying her background in logic to working towards making smart contracts more secure. She has been working in Solidity smart contract security for about 4 years and has served on multiple smart contract security standard working groups, and has a patent for her contribution to Coinbase smart contract protocol. Ben, Opal, Guillaume, welcome to the stage.
Who's ready to talk security? Woo! Everyone's favorite topic.
Yeah.
The best and the deadliest. So thanks all for hanging out. Hopefully nobody has been blown away in this wind, but you're about to get blown away by this presentation, am I right? Okay. So obviously I think, one of the themes of this era of crypto that I think we're seeing right now, I mean, we just are replacing someone from Visa on the stage, right, is the combination of Web 2 and Web 3. And I think it's very exciting as somebody who felt like I was in a weird fringe industry for a very long time, getting the legitimacy of folks like this, actually taking our industry serious is very, very, very awesome. I guess also one of the things that we kind of wrongly believed is that we're different in every way. Crypto is just a unique snowflake across every dimension. And I feel like I was thinking about security that way many years ago too. And so I'm curious to hear from you lovely folks. Is Web3 security different? Is it the case that we're fundamentally doing new things here? Or is it actually just a myth? Is security just making secure software, and that is the same no matter what software you're writing? Do you guys have thoughts on a compare and contrast?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I do think that there are some healthy differences between Web 2 and Web 3 security. For one obvious thing is that you have a definable, provable notion of security in Web 2 in a lot of ways. And then when it comes to smart contract security, for instance, there is no provable notion of security. So that to me is currently, right, the hope is that we get there. So that to me is like one distinct difference that we have to work with right now. And beyond that, I do think that there are some
They'll bring a new one, don't worry.
Hello. Okay. Yeah? Okay. Great. Cool. It doesn't like me. Yeah, and then on top of that, I do think there are some really interesting differences with the types of things that you'll see, like composability and atomicity are pretty distinct, I think, problems of Web3 that, or not, I shouldn't say problems, but interesting challenges to work with, right? That can be both a tool and something that can be difficult to navigate as well. So I do think that there are some differences.
Yeah, I'll add. I think there are some differences fundamentally on the smart contract side of the house. I think when you consider the entire picture of hey, we are providing infrastructure to financial institutions. They have been working for decades, securing their systems, custody, money movement, all of these. As we provide these types of services to financial institutions, to fintechs, they have very, very high expectations. And I think the smart contracts becomes one important facet, but not the entire story. And I think as we've all, I think, discovered in the last couple of years, it becomes incredibly important to secure every aspect of the journey of a transaction or the journey of a stablecoin. From the person on the website types in a code, hey, that has to be a secure page, that has to be absolutely bulletproof, all the way to the transaction happens on chain. Every step of the way, you need to have bulletproof security. And when a fintech comes to us, like a JP Morgan or Revolut or Robinhood comes to Alchemy, they expect that level of competence. They expect us to be as good at Web3 security as Web2 security, what they're used to, what they've seen for the past decades. They essentially expect the level of security that they enjoy when they use AWS, like when they enjoy cloud providers. I think in the last couple of years, we've really had to internalize this idea that the bar is now AWS. Like for anything that Alchemy does, we need to aspire at AWS level of reliability, scaling, consistency, and security.
And I guess like my question there is like, does that always apply? Guillaume, I know one thing you were doing before being in Alchemy was working on Web3 in Stripe. And I'm curious if like, was that just a matter of taking the Stripe security model and running a blockchain node inside of it? Or is it like, these are fundamentally different APIs and like we need to apply the same concepts to a new thing? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the principles behind the security are the same. Like the way you think about them. Like you have threats, you have people trying to do bad things from the outside, maybe even from the inside the company. All of these are threats that you need to model, and they apply slightly differently to Web3, but the context is the same. Like the way you go about it, the mindset, the tabletop exercises that you run with the security team are essentially the same exercises. So you can get a lot of inspiration from the Web2 world, bring those hard-earned lessons and apply them to Web3. In the context of Stripe, interestingly, a lot of what we were doing in crypto, so Stripe spends a huge amount of time securing card numbers, securing every aspect of the transaction. A lot of what we were doing in crypto, because Stripe at that time didn't really have a depth of expertise, we were using vendors, we were using Zero Hash, we were using Alchemy, we were using Paxos, we were using many, many vendors that had built the Web3 expertise, all the while Stripe was ramping up on the context of Web3.
Mm. So you're saying, regardless of what weird computation, like regardless of whether or not you think Web3 is the hottest new thing that fundamentally changes the paradigm of computation and flips on its head, security is still about like, there's a bunch of threats, there's a bunch of actors that might try to do something bad, and your goal is to prevent
essentially
the badness.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
And the vectors are slightly different, but the mindset and the way you proactively anticipate and the way you red team things and you try to break them, you do pen tests, like all of these
It's still being
techniques are
paranoid.
basically the same things. Yes.
Yeah, you just got to be paranoid.
Exactly. You just
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to be you just have to be anxious, incredibly anxious at all times.
Incredibly anxious at all times. That's my MO, my good sir. And Opal, I'm curious to hear from you, like, presumably Coinbase had an existing Web2 security process, and now you're kind of joining the force in a way that is about the Web3 security. Do you find that that resonates as well, where like a lot of the Web2 security models transfer over and it's just a matter of like, we're writing this about a smart contract instead of some matching engine or something, or is there nuance there for Coinbase?
I think there's definitely nuance. I think a lot does translate. So for instance, Web 2 and Web 3, like no matter which one it is, we want to engage security early and often. That doesn't change. And I do agree. I see a lot of inspiration, for instance, in for the types of attacks you might see in Web 3 from Web 2 attacks, right? but there is a little bit of nuance in what our involvement looks like from the Web3 side. For instance, the whole early and often thing, it's actually imperative, right, that we have reviewed everything before it goes to production, because as soon as it's on chain, it is vulnerable, right? So that's a pretty healthy difference there, that you need to have really done a majority of that security work ahead of time. And then beyond that, I think that.
So you're saying basically immutability is the blessing and the curse
yes,
in
yeah,
some sense.
absolutely.
It's like, okay, we obviously can apply the same principles of we need to be paranoid and we need to be paranoid
Yes.
early, but there's a too late moment that is like even stricter in the world of Web3 in some sense.
I think so,
basically.
yeah.
Well, I think it's undeniable that regardless of whether the same principles apply, we do have like different customer bases in the room now, and people like, the institutions coming on chain now are like, have entire teams dedicated to auditing the vendors of infrastructure that they're working with. And I'm wondering if you guys are like seeing that play out. Like I would kind of assume that like the alchemy story of like, what is SOC 2 compliance? And like, do you need that now? Did you need it before? Do you have it now? What are the transformations that you're seeing as like these big names come on chain and start to take things serious?
I think the big difference is before, call it 3 years ago, SOC 2 was a good idea. It's a good set of practices. Like hey, yes, you probably want code reviews on your code. Yes, you probably want some form of auditability when people change feature flags. There's a lot of SOC 2. I guess from a Web3 standpoint, these seem like scary or like kind of arcane or maybe antiquated standard, but actually they're full of good ideas. So SOC 2 3 years ago might have been just a good idea. Today it's required. Like when you work with JP Morgan, you don't work with JP Morgan unless you are SOC 2. Same for Robinhood, same for any of the big names we've been working with. So it becomes a requirement. And SOC 2, you realize at that point, becomes the beginning of the journey. There is many, many other standards that are much higher grades, like ISO, DORA. And so SOC 2 ends up being the easy one. And then bit by bit, you get all the standards you need for different parts of the world to cover not just security and security practices, but also user privacy and all the requirements around money movement and such. So I would say it's probably a good thing. It feels like it's part of the industry graduating into, okay, now we're serious. Like we're moving serious amounts of money around. We are serving hundreds of millions of people, hopefully billions of people soon. And we're graduating to the point where these things matter, and you can't afford mistakes, whether on smart contract or on any other aspects of security. And so I think these standards feel like they're actually helping at this point.
I was just gonna add to that to say that like as far as like when Web2 companies come to us and like want to engage in the Web3 space, right now I think from our side we're finding that there's not a lot of companies coming to us with requirements, so to speak, as to like what they're looking for in terms of like security and meeting certain standards, but instead they're more asking questions about what is even feasible at this point. And a lot of these questions are more based around, they're application based rather than sort of chain based. And with those questions, we are able to like take what everybody's sort of like looking for, all these Web2 companies are looking for, and from the Coinbase side, we are basically like extrapolating and going towards like what can we make the standards for Web3 look like? And so like part of our work that we do is kind of forward thinking in that way, where we are working with organizations like Blockchain Security Standards Council and other Web3 companies and Web 2 companies like MasterCard to come up with what these Web 3 standards that are very like SOC 2-like should look like in Web 3. Yeah.
So I'm hearing basically like, yeah, SOC 2 is good. There's actually much harder ones to pass. They all have the right direction, the right shape. You need code review. You need user privacy. And then in some cases, people aren't sure what they need, or they aren't sure how to translate that. And there's like a more collaborative effort to try to do the product development of. I mean, is there a SOC 3? Can we just say Web 3 SOC 2 is SOC 3? I feel like that's.
There might be at some point.
Big opportunity, huh?
Big opportunity. I'm gonna buy soc3.eth tonight. Yeah. Okay, a couple of minutes left. I wanted to ask a couple of targeted questions to each of you. Opal, one thing that is awesome is that Coinbase is just generally coming on chain with like over 100 million users, and I think one of the things that Coinbase has done a really good job of is like trying to make as seamless as possible or as invisible as possible the bridge between the on-chain world and the off-chain world or the on-chain adjacent world. I don't know, just kind of an open-ended question, like what are the kind of infrastructural choices that you've seen Coinbase making that has like helped you guys succeed there?
Yeah, I think from our standpoint, one of the biggest things that we've done to make like just blockchain seem more invisible to users in general is account abstraction in the past few years. That we've focused on things like deploying like EAP 7702 type products, as well as ERC 4337 enablement through our Magic Spend Paymaster. Like these are both things that what they're able to do is take a user's account and allow users to have more complex flows of transactions from their account, right? And they are enabled to do this through signatures. And the reason that that makes things more invisible for them on their part is that we're able then to produce these complex flows, and they're able to sign off on them, and then they don't see what goes on behind the scenes, but what they need done gets done. And that is a really valuable piece of tooling that has helped us with that. And one example of how it's helped us is in the past year, we've worked with Shopify. We collaborated to bring USDC payments onto Shopify for all merchants if they want. And part of that has been two different components. There's an on-chain component and an off-chain component. On-chain component is to look exactly like the payment system you would traditionally see, like if you're like on a website. And then on the off-chain component, we have base pay in the background that's allowing for just one click for paying, and that's huge. That makes the whole system seem as if you're just buying something from a regular website, but you're actually doing something on chain. So yeah, that's a big contribution.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's awesome. Guillaume, your reputation precedes you. You came from Google before. Actually, we were talking off stage. Guillaume was helping with Google Books back in the day. So we're actually on stage with someone who like created the training set for ChatGPT to even function in the right place. Pretty epic. I don't know. I'm curious, like, from your perspective, is the Web3 scalability story actually that much different? Like, is it unique? Or do you actually sit in a place at Alchemy where you look at everything and you're like, this is kind of what I was doing at Google. Like, it's maybe there's an ETH in front of the RPC. But we're like, are we doing the same stuff? Are we just deluding ourselves that this is all so much different? You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, it's a good question. A lot of the principles are the same. But I think there is something interesting about blockchain as a primitive because it's decentralized, permissionless. It's fundamentally difficult. It's not like you own the database, you own the code of the database. Like when we operate in that space as infra providers, we worked with 160 different teams with 160 different blockchains. They all have different code base. They all have their own update cycle. So there is a primitive at the base of this that is still very much in research mode, trying to push the boundary that we don't control. To me, that's the main difference. everything that we build on top of that is very much Google style of engineering, like distributed systems, like bulletproof routing and failover, and like all the mechanisms you can invent for caching and scalability and incident management and like being clever about all of these things. That is Google style engineering. But the fundamental piece underneath is blockchain, and that feels like it's very much the bleeding edge of what we know how to do as an ecosystem. The fact that it's permissionless, the fact that it's not a single open source code base, but it's like hundreds of open source code bases, adds an element of complexity, and it's part of what makes it incredibly interesting. And that's part of the reason why I decided to move towards crypto and blockchain personally. It's like, yeah, distributed system, been there, done that. But blockchain is truly interesting and unique, and the scaling challenges that we see like day to day at Base or Alchemy or like trying to scale the world chain, like all of these are unique challenges that no one has solved before. And to me, that's incredibly attractive.
Okay, so well, I guess to play that back, it's like there are some layers in which it's similar, and there are some layers at which it is different.
Yeah, it's very different at the base.
Yeah, the base layer. The base. Oh, there we go. Oh. What a better place to stop than there. Guillaume, Opal, thank you guys so much. Thanks all for hanging through. Appreciate it.
Hello? Yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask if you will get seated. Go ahead and swing into the middle. In a moment here, I'm going to hand it over to our fearless leader. Okay, great. So we've had such a great day of programming, and next is going to be Jing. Jing is one of the co-founders of Optimism, and she is the CEO of OP Labs, where she drives the company's vision and execution. Jing, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you. The floor is all yours.
Hi everyone. Thanks for being here. We spend a lot of time thinking about how to make infrastructure invisible, but thank you all for attending and giving us the chance to bring some visibility to the work that we're doing. And also thank you to our partners. I'm about to talk about some pretty juicy numbers, and it is because of you guys that we can make this happen. Okay, your blockchain, your revenue, enterprise guarantees. A couple weeks ago, we launched the OP Enterprise product, and I wanted to give a little bit of context and color for why we launched this product and how we got here. Over the last several years, we've had the privilege of working with over 50 blockchains and 50 companies to launch their products on-chain. And we have gathered everything that we have learned from launching blockchains for such varied use cases into a single offering. So imagine if you could launch a blockchain in weeks, not years. Actually, you can do it in 45 minutes, but most people want to make some configurations, and that takes weeks. And imagine if, because of the chain stack that you chose, for every dollar that your users put in, you made $10 out in revenue. I know that sounds crazy, but these are literally metrics collated from what our partners are experiencing on-chain today. So that is across 50+ blockchains. And again, these are big numbers, and everybody and their mother is going to get into big numbers when they do their event. But when you guys look around at the industry and you look at whether it's, I don't know if this is spicy to say, but if you look at other L1 launches and other chain ecosystems, and they are also talking about big numbers, I implore you to ask one question. Are these numbers based on actual usage in production, not just benchmarks created in testnet? Over the last year alone, cumulatively, these 50 chains have done 6 billion transactions. If you rewind 2 years, that was only 200 million transactions. So that means we have grown at a rate of 29x. That is quadruple the second fastest growing blockchain or blockchain ecosystem. It's pretty crazy. I know, it could have been 30, but it's 29. Just keeping it honest, you know? And the reason for this is because we don't just think of ourselves as infrastructure goblins, although we are very good infrastructure goblins. We think about strategic partnership to our customers. And so companies want to launch and scale their products on-chain. The infrastructure is just kind of a thing on the side that they have to deal with, or that we take care of for them. And as you guys have seen throughout the course of the day today, we don't just think about scalability as throughput, although we do lead the industry in throughput. We think about removing all bottlenecks sitting between you and your growth. And so just some examples of that. Transactions on Uniswap needed to be 10 times faster. That is how Unichain thought about scalability for DEX trading. For Base, they needed to make the application usable to their normie customers. So Opal was just talking about the magic spend UX, which Coinbase was able to patent because of the work that we did with Ethereum L1 and Sunnyside in implementing all of the EIPs required for that UX to be possible in the first place. Shout out Sunnyside. And for World, even though most applications in crypto are DeFi or financial, World is really focused on enabling human-first transactions. So they were able to do priority human ordering, even though the baseline infrastructure is typically configured for financial use cases. So shout out to the Flashbots team for helping us accelerate innovation on that front. So these are our success cases. And if you zoom out for a second and you crawl back up the decision tree, there's usually 2 options that enterprises or companies entering crypto are faced with. Let's say they're already interested in crypto. They already want to dabble in something on-chain. They've got deploy their own chain or deploy their POC on someone else's blockchain. And to date, the idea of deploying your own blockchain has been a horrific thought. After all, we have a venture capital industry that has invested billions of dollars in teams creating and differentiating their own blockchain stacks. So, you know, there really hasn't been a choice here. The only option has been to deploy on an existing chain. So people will, let's say, deploy their stablecoin, hemorrhage $100 million in incentives to boost up that 14% APY, and then the incentives end, and the users leave just as quickly as they came, and people are left wondering what went wrong. And so it's true. Blockchain infrastructure is incredibly difficult to navigate. If you ask 2 different blockchain engineers, okay, forget 2 different blockchain engineers. If you pick 2 of my co-founders and you ask them how to define a blockchain, they will give you 2 different answers. And so for an enterprise, trying to understand whether ZK is for privacy or for latency or for security, what the difference between the risk zero implementation versus succinct versus fault proofs, it's just a lot of different jargon that you shouldn't have to navigate. And so this is where we come in. We've done this so many times for other companies. We want to enable you to focus on your product strategy. And maybe your product strategy leads you down the deploy on someone else's ecosystem. If you do that, it's usually because you want to use someone else's liquidity to bootstrap your own activity. But like most large companies, they have their own product suites. And what they want to do is compete for distribution with differentiated UX. Our goal is to enable you to do that UX differentiation. And I think throughout the day, you guys might have heard us talk about two seemingly conflicting pillars. On one hand, we call ourselves the OP Stack standard, which should imply that everyone is deploying the same thing. And on the other hand, we say you can build incredibly customized, incredibly differentiated products with the OP Stack. And you can do both. And what we've learned is that companies, when they think about standards, they think about security, uptime, reliability. And when they think about customization, they think about vertically integrating their specific products to create the best UX for their users. So we do all the grunt work in the background in order for you to think about what that vertical integration should look like for your product. And if it is right for you to bootstrap with liquidity on an existing chain, we help you launch on neutral block space, and we help you do it in a way where if you wanted to launch on your own chain down the line, you could, easily. And if you are ready to launch on your own blockchain, as my co-founder Carl likes to say, treasure awaits. Every dollar in, $10 out. This is in our Masaria report. We aren't just pulling these numbers out of our ass. Well, okay. This is also why we are just shy of $1 trillion in DEX volume over the last 2 years. That is a growth rate of 23x. And so if we take it back to the top, we talk about this being your blockchain, your revenue, and enterprise guarantees. What does that really mean? This really is your blockchain. It is the most permissive license, MIT licensed. You don't have any lock-in. You're here and you pay us because you want to. You could just as easily deploy your own fork. It is your revenue. When you hemorrhage those $100 million onto your own chain, you get to keep that distribution. You are profiting off of the activity that you are controlling, instead of hemorrhaging those profits and that upside to another chain ecosystem. So whether it be fee markets, margins on those fees, sequencing policies, this is all under your control. These are all your economic parameters to fiddle with. And as Guillaume was saying in the panel earlier, enterprise guarantees is a well-understood standard in Web 2. And we're proud to be among the first to actually provide that on a Web 3 stack. So concretely, that means 99.99% uptime. The OP stack has industry-leading uptime, 15-minute incident response SLAs, and 24/7 support. If you choose to deploy an OP stack chain, you are deploying the industry-leading combination across latency, throughput, production hardness, and decentralization. Everything that we are offering you is from what we have learned across deploying 29 chains to production and scaling those products on-chain. You get all of this as the OP Enterprise package. You've got one throat to choke for everything that you need to do infrastructurally on-chain. And we're super excited about our 2026 roadmap. Even faster block times, even more parameters to fiddle with on your economics, continuous upgrades, native interoperability, custom compliance controls to take advantage of the new regulatory environment, an SDK to enable the DeFi mullet, to enable Web3 UX and Web3 yields integrated directly into your Web2 front ends, and cutting-edge technology, zero-knowledge proof systems. When you work with us, you are building with people who invented the stack. That's across 50 chains, 6 billion transactions in the last year alone, and 29x growth, by far the leading growth rate across any blockchain ecosystem. Your blockchain, your revenue, and enterprise guarantees. Thank you guys so much for coming today. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Are we still on? All right. Thank you so much, Jing. Jing's thesis tied it all together. Our partners win when they own their own infrastructure, they own their economics, and they rely on enterprise-grade operations. Thank you for every speaker, partner, and builder that showed up today and shared real stories. Thank you for everyone here in Denver, and thank you to all of you all watching at home. If you're exploring building on the OP stack or want the OP enterprise path, grab anyone from the OP team before you leave and start to chat. Safe travels for you all. You're welcome to join us outside for some food and some cocktails and some great conversations. Until the next time, we'll see you again. Bye, everybody.